judged rabbit shows for over 40 years on the local, county, and regional levels. He has been in rabbit husbandry business for over 50 plus years. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. George Krejci. As Mr. Krejci evaluates these market rabbits, take a moment to thank our sponsors, Champion Rabbit Belt Buckle, sponsored by the Buford family, and Reserve Champion Rabbit Belt Buckle, sponsored by the Clear Lake FFA Booster Club. We'd also like to thank all of our sponsors of the CCISD Livestock Show. Our bronze sponsors donating minimum of $500 will be Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, Associated Credit Union of Texas, Borden's, the Delisandri family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jeannie Engel, Pier and Beam Leveling, and the Winkle family. Thank you to those bronze level sponsors. Additionally, our platinum level sponsors donating a minimum of $2,500 to the CCISD Livestock Show. A huge thanks to Schwann's Food Company and the Magnus family. We couldn't do it without these individuals to help promote our show.
Thank you very much. Okay, first of all, I want to thank y'all for having me here today, and it's a great pleasure to come out and work with the youth of a community. Anytime I get the opportunity to go out and judge shows, and I like doing that. I like to be able to work with them. I like to visit with them and work with their projects. Before I get started on all that, I want to give y'all a tribute that I think was a great thing to do. Y'all sign of patriotism here today is a great thing, and I really enjoy patriotism. I enjoy to see the kids of this age group to get involved with patriotism. FFA has been one of those organizations that I think in the past that has always showed true patriotism to our country, and this community done a great job in singing the national anthem, paying tribute to our country, and let's hope that the leadership that we have now in Washington can lead this country into bringing patriotism back for everyone interested in having patriotism, because it is a great thing. We need to be proud of our country. We have a great country. Let's make it great again. And I think President Trump is going to try to do that. I'm not trying to be politically correct or incorrect, but I think he's going in the right direction, some of the things he's doing. And y'all sign today has proven to me that it still exists in our schools. It still exists with our youth. And you guys, I want to applaud y'all for showing y'all's patriotism here today. Thank y'all. Okay, what I did, I went through the rabbits and I preliminary judged, and I've scored all these rabbits and I felt each one, and there's things. What do you do? What am I doing? It's a guy. He's out just touching those rabbits and he's looking at them. What is he doing? There's 4 areas that you look for in a meat pen of rabbits, and the first thing you look for is quality of meat and the amount of meat, the fleshing that they have. It's a meat pen show. It's a market show, so we want to be able to have some rabbits that produce the most amount of meat. And so, to do that, you look at how much meat are on those rabbits, and it's a volume thing. Now they can have some big broad shoulders, but if they don't have a loin and a hind quarter to go with those big broad shoulders, then you're not having as much quality of meat. Your primal cut is your loin, which is the back area, and the hind quarter. That's where your meat is. And so it stands the reason. You want some wide shoulders, but you want a really wide loin, and you want a really wide hind quarter. That's where the meat's at. So, again, that's the quality and quantity of meat. The second thing that I look for is conformation. Conformation meaning that they start out with some nice wide shoulders, they get a big wide loin, and they have a nice full hind quarter. If they have that in reverse, then that's not good conformation. So again, you're looking at the quality, and conformation is, because you can't have that quality of meat without having good conformation of an animal. The third thing is uniformity. Do all 3 of these rabbits, or how close are they? That's why it's a pen of 3. Do we judge single fire shows? Yes, we do. But this is a pen of 3 show. So in other words, you want those 3 rabbits to be very uniform. You want them to be as close to one another in their meat quality, their meat quantity, and their conformation, as well as matching one another in uniformity. They need to be, the expression that I always learned when I was little was 3 peas in a pod. You open that pea pod, there's 3 peas in there, you can't tell them apart. That's what you want here. You want those 3 rabbits to be identical. You want them to be the same in all 3 of those aspects. And then the final and fourth thing is fur. I look at the fur because fur is part of the ARBA, American Rabbit Breeders Association. They use fur as a 10% factor. I use it for a little bit less than that, but I do go into the other 3 things that I talked about. I preliminary judged all of these. I've got them scored, and now I'm going to go through here and I will start placing these rabbits in talking to each one of these exhibitors and telling them what I like, what I don't like about the rabbits. And once again, thank y'all for being participants today. Y'all are one step above the rest of the world by being here today and participating in this livestock show. Thank you. Okay, we're down to 2 pens. Very good overall, very good set of rabbits. There's some smaller rabbits in here, but some of the smaller rabbits, just because you're small, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be at the bottom. You got to realize that I'm trying to look at that volume of meat and versus into the size of that rabbit. I think there's a pen here that placed third. It's like a pound or so lighter than some of the rabbits that are placing above it, and there's several rabbits that place below it that are a lot heavier than them, and they're a good pen of rabbits. Just didn't have the volume of meat. Very good uniform in that third place hole. Very good set of rabbits, but just doesn't have enough volume to move up into that second or first place that I have today. When I talk about the Grand Reserve Champion rabbits here, they're very close as far as when you start talking about uniformity. But we're going to go backwards on that. They've both got good fur, so they're equal in that. They're pretty equal in uniformity also. So then I've got to look at that conformation versus the volume of meat that's there. There's one pen here that's just a little bit rough in the conformation, a little bit rough in their conditioning, and that pen's going to be our reserve pen, which is going to be this young lady right here will be second place. Congratulations. And right here will be grand champion. Congratulations. Nice pen of rabbits. Very uniform. Great conformation. Got good loins, good hips, good hindquarters. Very smooth in her finish. Good job, young lady, raising those pen of rabbits. Congratulations.
Congratulations to champion rabbit exhibitor Shay Smith from Clear Springs High School. And congratulations to Jennifer Robinson, Clear Springs High School Reserve Champion Rabbits. And I believe that's back-to-back years for both of those ladies. Congratulations. Attention to the barn. Poultry exhibitors, please be on standby. We will begin our poultry show shortly with turkeys showing first after we clear the rabbit arena. Poultry exhibitors, please be on standby. As a reminder, we'll need the champion and reserve champion exhibitors. We'll need champion and reserve champion exhibitors to please see Miss Adams at the awards table to write thank you notes. So Shay and Jennifer will need to see you at the awards table to write thank you notes. Thank you.
Attention in the barn. Poultry exhibitors, you should have been given a yellow exhibitor number. When we start the poultry show, you need to make sure you have on that yellow exhibitor number, okay? Thanks.
All right, attention to the barn, attention to the barn. At this time, it is our pleasure to introduce our poultry judge, Mr. Richard New. Mr. New has 37 years of teaching agriculture science. He is currently in his last year of teaching ag before going off to the wonderful land of retirement and is currently teaching at Pasadena Memorial. He has coached multiple top 10 poultry teams through Texas FFA, and it has had several collegiate poultry judges go through his program that have gone on to judge at Texas A&M. He thoroughly enjoys working with the poultry, chickens, and turkeys, and it's our pleasure to welcome Mr. Richard New to the arena. Turkey exhibitors, please make your way to the arena. As Mr. New evaluates these turkeys, we'd like to take a moment to thank our Grain and Reserve Belt Buckle sponsors, the FFA Diamond Girls, for sponsoring the Grain and Reserve Belt Buckles. Big thank you to our platinum sponsors, the Schwann's Food Company and the Magnus family, for the support of the CCISD show, as well as our bronze sponsors, Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, ACU of Texas, Borden's, the Delisandre family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jeannie Engel, Pier and Beam Leveling, and the Winkle family for your contributions to the CCISD Livestock Show.
Well, good morning, folks. I want to thank y'all for the opportunity to come out here and judge y'all's poultry show. And discussing the turkeys a little bit, of course, they're kind of young this year. They're only 12 weeks of age, so we've kind of got to give a little bit here, take a little bit there. But when we look at them, the kids all did a real good job of feeding out a 12-week-old turkey, where we normally, with our hens, we'd take them on up there to 16, 18 weeks on these. When judging turkeys, of course, as with all birds and as Mr. Krejci said with the rabbits, we're looking for confirmation. We're looking for the most meat for the buck, okay? One of the things I try to evaluate is to make sure that it is an A-quality bird. And we have to worry about bruises and stuff. And we had one down here that dislocated its wing. But that was after it got in the ring, so I'm not going to count it off for that. But in looking at these birds, I like to have a bird that, of course, is wide in the breast being the main part for our turkey that we like here in the United States. So wide in the breast, but I want one that's going to carry back that keel bone. Keel bone length is important to me because it gives me more area to put more meat. The more bone I have, the more meat I can stick on that bone. So length is a little bit important for me. We've got to kind of give and take in there too, because I've got some turkeys that are really starting to finish out pretty nice for 12-week-old birds. But let me feel them one more time, and I'll have my Grand and Reserve pick for me. Well, I went back and I felt my top two again, and they still didn't change on me. They're still hard to figure out which one I want to go with. One's just a tad bit longer in the keel, but the other one covers up the keel more. And we're talking about a difference of about 1/4 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch length in the keel. So today, the bird that fills out the package for me the most is this young lady right here. And you'll be reserved. It's fun with 12 people. You all did a good job.
Congratulations, young lady.
Thank you. I was freaking out.
Yeah. You started out in
Congratulations to Hannah Kapfer, Clear Creek FFA Grand Champion Turkey. Reserve Champion, Chloe Jackson, Clear Falls. Those buckles sponsored again by FFA Diamond Girls. Congratulations. Again, turkey results. Grand Champion, Clear Creek High School, Hannah Kapfer. Reserve Champion, Clear Falls, Chloe Jackson. Third place, Nicole Childress, Clear Springs. Fourth place, Jacob Sawyer, Clear Creek. Fifth place, Taylor Presswood, Clear Falls. Sixth place, Rebecca Lowe, Clear Creek. And seventh place, Quentin Cherry from Clear Springs.
All right, broiler exhibitors, please make sure that you have your exhibitor number on you. We're going to go ahead and start with our broiler show. Broiler exhibitors, make your way to the arena. We have 13 pins of broilers for being exhibited today, and we'd like to thank our belt buckle sponsors, the Bowen family, champion belt buckle sponsored by the Bowen family, reserve champion broiler buckle sponsored by Siobhan Kincaid and Eric Gifford. Thank you both for your sponsorship and dedication to the CCISD Livestock Show.
Go, I guess. Yes. All right. With chickens, with broilers, we're looking at something a little bit different than turkeys. The turkeys, we've got one bird, one shot at it. But with broilers, I'm an old guy. I'm from the old school. And one of the things I really like is uniformity, okay? When you talk to the people at A&M and you talk to people around the state and everything in the industry, of course, again, we're looking for the most meat in the bird. But I've also got to look at uniformity. Being an old guy, we like that uniformity to where I have 3 birds that are exactly the same. Some of the problems I've got with some of the pens out here is the uniformity is not there. So we're going to play with that as we go along. But again, a very good set of birds. I love broilers, probably broilers and turkeys more than any other show animal. I mean, let's face it, folks, they're not as glamorous as a steer, are they? Not at all. Okay? They're surely not as much fun as a pig because you just can't get attached to them because they all look the same, don't they, when you're walking in the pen. But the nice thing about them, they're a short project. We like that. But if you're going to do good with them, they're a 24/7 project, as many of y'all will find out. You have got to be out there in the pen every 2 hours, every 3 hours, getting those birds up, moving them around, stirring that litter, because every time you get them up, the first thing they go do is eat. The more eat, more meat. So we want to look at it from that way, okay? I've kind of got them set in my mind right now. There'll probably be some more moving around as I go through, but I do want to take the time right now and talk to each person about their animals, about the birds that they've got, tell them what I like, what I didn't like, why you ended up where you did, because I'm not through yet, okay? I know they're coming up behind me here, but we're going to hold off because I really don't want to go back to work today, okay? There we go. All right. I'd like for y'all to give these youngsters a good round of applause. They all did a real good job with the birds. They are all, for the most part, we're going to say grade A birds. We had some problems, again, as we talked about. Uniformity is the big thing. And as I went through, I tried to show each one of the exhibitors where it was the difference in the pen. Again, with uniformity, and I'm also looking for the most meat. Because surprisingly, I've got one little pen up here that when you feel them across the board, they're a good inch and a quarter shorter than any other bird in here in my top 5. But when you feel the amount of meat that's on there and the width that's on there, I feel the front of the breast, and then I come back and I want to see how fingers wide I am in the breast and the back. And I'm a little over 4.5 fingers wide, but they're a little bit shorter. But they have so much meat and so much uniformity that I had to put them up where I did, okay? Because some of the pins that are behind have that longer breast. And again, I said the longer the skeleton, the more meat you can put on. But they had some problems with tapering, with the meat not carrying all the way back, and some differences, okay? So then we come to my top 2 pins. And I sat there and I've gone back and forth because both pins are very, very close. They have 2 super birds. And as always with broilers, it's hard to get that third bird. And each one of them's got a bird that's just a little bit shorter. So I've had to go in and I had to evaluate the 2 good birds up there at the top that were really, really close, a lot of meat on them, and then evaluate the 2 that I found that are a little bit shorter. And I think I got my mind made up. At least that's what I'm happy with today that I'm going to go with. So let me go announce them, and we'll be done.
Congratulations to Grand Champion from Clear Creek High School, Miss Madeline Lawrence. Reserve Grand Champion from Clear Creek High School, Miss Grace Garcia.
Results for the broiler show. Grand champion, Clear Creek High School, Madeline Lawrence. Reserve champion, Clear Creek High School, Grace Garcia. Third place, Clear Creek, Andrew Kapfer. Fourth place, Clear Creek, Peyton Raymer. Fifth place, Christopher DeLeon from Clear Falls. Sixth place, Andrew Transu, Clear Falls. Seventh place, Aaron Douglas, Clear Lake. Eighth place, Corey Witkowski, Clear Springs. Ninth place, Chrislyn Medina, Clear Falls. 10th place, Caleb Taylor, Clear Brook. 11th place, Alana Armstrong, Clear Brook. 12th place, Noah Stillwell, Clear Lake. And 13th place, William Thornton, Clear Brook. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. All Clear Lake FFA exhibitors, please meet Mr. Robb on the bleachers near the auction stand. Clear Lake FFA exhibitors, please meet Mr. Robinson by the bleachers near the auction stand. Thank you. Attention to the barn. As a reminder, we have show champions photography here, taking pictures for any exhibitor wishing to get a picture on the backdrop. Today will be the last chance to do those. The only pictures taken tomorrow will be with buyers. So show champions photography is here taking pictures, and they will have those available for purchase as well. We also have the concession stand running near the arena if you need to get something to fill your belly or get a cold drink.
Attention in the barns. Clear Lake exhibitor Caitlin Johnson, please come to the auction block. Clear Lake exhibitor Caitlin Johnson, please come to the auction block.
show. Students, if you exhibited a non-animal entry and wish to come back for results, please make your way to the non-animal entry exhibit area. Thank you. We will begin with visual arts. We will begin with visual arts. This just in from the concession stand. The concession stand now has pizza available if you're needing something for lunch. The concession stand has pizza available. All right, we're going to announce visual arts. Visual arts, or best of show. Best of show. Best of show. Visual arts goes to exhibitor Reagan Kringle from Clear Brook. Floral design. We'll move into floral design. Best of show exhibited by Katie Smith, Clear Brook. Horticulture exhibited by April Nace, Clear Falls. Ag Mechanics. Ag Mechanics Best of Show. Best of Show, Ag Mechanics, Logan Salmons, Clear Creek. And finally, Best of Show, Food Science goes to Barbara Bricard, Clear Creek. Our Best of Show exhibitors, we will need you to take a picture at the backdrop with your banner. And we have one more award to give out is our chili cook-off. And Miss Page will announce our chili. And the chili cook-off champion for 2017 comes from Clear Creek, Morgan Irwin. We would like to thank our judges for food science, horticulture, floriculture, ag mechanics. Our food science judges this year were Miss Tanya Landman. She has been a family and consumer science teacher at Santa Fe High School for 13 years, graduate of Southern Mississippi with a Bachelor's of Science in Child and Family Studies. Miss Kathy Nesberg Retired after 36 years of teaching family and consumer science, and beholds a bachelor's and master's degree from Stephen F. Austin. She taught for 26 years at Santa Fe High School and holds a certificate from the Culinary Institute of America in Hyde Park, New York. Our third food science judge is Ms. Catherine Edino. She is a registered dietitian and nutritionist with a bachelor's of science in dietetics from Purdue University and a master's of science in human nutrition from Texas A&M University. She is the past business owner of the Huntington Learning Center, and previously she was the division manager, food and nutrition services at Methodist Hospital. Lastly, we'd like to thank Executive Chef Ann Curry. She is a native of Midwest Ohio, and Ann spent her early culinary career in Charleston, South Carolina, where she catered a variety of events, including the Miss USA pageant, the Phil Donahue Show, and the Ryder Cup golf tournament. Ann has also had the privilege to serve as a caterer to President and Miss Gerald Ford during their visit to the South Carolina, and also to serve as personal chef for Charleston's Spoleto Arts Festival. She later went on to serve as executive chef at Space Center Houston for 13 years. During this time, Ann had the honor of serving the cast of Apollo 13 and Space Cowboys, as well as President George H.W. Bush. And Barbara Bush, director Ron Howard, singer Tammy Wynette, and legendary Walter Cronkite. Chef Ann is currently the executive chef at the Green Event Center in Friendswood. Round of applause for all of our food science judges. Thank you.
About silent auction.
Students, if you wish to enter your non-animal projects into the silent auction, please let Miss Baker at the registration table know what your minimum bid for those items will be. If you wish to enter your non-animal projects into the silent auction, please let your Miss Baker know what that minimum bid will be. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. We will have our goat show beginning approximately 1 o'clock. Goat exhibitors, please be preparing those animals. We'll have our goat show beginning at approximately 1 o'clock.
Attention in the barn. Craig Sickman, we need you in the arena. Craig Sickman, we need you in the arena. Oh, there. And all Class 1 goats, you can go ahead and make your way to the holding area. We will be starting in just a few minutes.
Today we have Kevin McCarty here from Kingwood Park to judge lambs and goats. He's been an agricultural science instructor for 16 years. He graduated from Sam Houston State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. He's judged local, county, and regional shows. He's a proud father of 2 boys who showed sheep. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Kevin McCarty. we'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors here today. Our bronze sponsors are Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, ACU of Texas, Borden's, the Delisandre family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jan Ingle, Pier and Beam Leveling, the Winkle family, and our platinum level sponsors are Schwann's and Magnus family. Our Grand Champion Market Goat Buckle sponsors are the Wagner family. Our Reserve Champion Market Goat Buckle sponsors are the Douglas family. And Showmanship Buckle sponsors for goats is the Wine family. Thank you.
As a reminder to the exhibitors and their families, we have show champions photography taking pictures in the ring as your students' projects are being exhibited, as well as they'll be taking pictures on the backdrop today. If you wish to get a picture of your exhibitor and your animal project on the backdrop, please visit Show Champions Photography behind the arena. The booster clubs are offering a plethora of snacks in the concession stand, nachos, popcorn, pizza, cold drinks, so please be sure to support those booster clubs and check out the concession stand.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to kind of thank y'all for having me out here today. It's a real pleasure to come out. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to come out and work with the children in your program. I've made a career out of doing this, and there's nothing that I find more rewarding than coming out and working with the future of our country. Starting off with this class, real nice class of goats. I saw quality from end to end, from first all the way down through the very bottom. I chose to start this class off with what I felt like was a larger frame goat in the class. That when you sit there and you look at him from the side, I really love the angulation that he has in his shoulder, the elevation in his front end. Young lady did a great job showing him. He's definitely the most powerful top goat in the class, most expression carrying down over that loin and down through that leg. The goat that I came in with second place is a goat that I felt like followed up the first place goat to the best of his as far as quality went. May not be one of the larger frame goats in the class, but again, when you look at him from the front end, you got to appreciate the width that he has between those front legs, that angulation that he has in that shoulder, the expression through that rack, down over that top, and down into that quarter that he has. If there's anything that I could do to maybe strengthen this goat up a little bit, elevate his front end, level him out in the top behind the shoulders there a little bit. The young lady that we have here in the third place with the brown-headed goat is another goat that kind of follows him, naturally falls, in my mind, to the third hole. A little larger frame than what the second place goat has. Doesn't quite have the expression of muscling that the second place or the first place goat has, but a very nice goat that does have some expression. He is level down that top, comes into a really powerful leg there. As we come down into the fourth place goat, probably the biggest bone goat, the heaviest muscle goat in the class today, but he just doesn't put it together in terms of quality the way that our first place goat does. Our first place goat really kind of sets a nice standard and gives me a lot of excitement when I start thinking about the rest of the goats that may be coming in later classes. As we get down into the rest of these placings here, we began to see a lot of variations. We have a difference in size, scale, muscling. These goats are just kind of more or less lacking the power to compete with the goats that are in front of them, and so that's kind of how I placed them there. Young man here with the brown goat in the brown shirt, really like that goat. He has a great top in him. I'd just like to see just a few more days on feed, a little bit more expression. But really the makings for a really nice goat, okay? And it's kind of the same thing all the way down through all of these goats, but y'all did an excellent job showing. You did an excellent job feeding them. Thank you.
Okay, results of Class 1 goats. 9th place, Ariana Lafitte, Clear Falls. 8th place, Sydney Johnson, Clear Falls. 7th place, Lance Nutter, Clear Falls. 6th place, Michaela Morgan, Clear Falls. 5th place, Reed Lang, Clear Falls. 4th place, Tatum Oliver, Clear Falls. 3rd place, Emily Lynn, Clear Brook. 2nd place, Kelly Jones, Clear Lake. And 1st place, Alyssa Highland, Clear Falls. Yeah. I think it did, yeah. And call back for showmanship from that class are Kelly Jones, Emily Lynn, Alyssa Highland, and Tatum Oliver. If I can have all Class 2 goats make their way to the arena, please.
All right, another really nice set of goats right here. This was definitely more challenging of a class. A little closer weights, a little closer in frame size, all that good stuff and everything. But I chose to go with this young lady here on the end for our first place goat. May not be the longest body goat in the class today, but he is definitely a goat that really caught my eye when he first came out in the ring, along with the second place goat. They're just two really very eye-appealing, well-shown type goats. What I love about this goat that I chose to go in the first place is I love the angulation in his shoulders. I love that width in his front end, the firmness to his feel. He's very fresh handling down the top, has a lot of expression, a lot of natural width that comes along with it, relatively level rear end, and a very, very powerful rear end, all matched on a nice substance of bone. The young lady that I have in second place is a goat that I felt like followed up with the first place goat very well. If I had to fault this goat, it's right there in that rack. He wants to kind of dip in there on the sides. Other than that, very comparable, maybe just a little bit longer bodied. Doesn't quite carry the natural width that our first place goat carries down there, but a very, very nice goat. I like him a lot. I love how up-fronted he is. I like that tubular look. He's not too deep-sided, not heavy-fronted, but a very stylish, very eye-appealing type goat. The young lady that we have down here in the third place is a very powerful made goat. Doesn't quite stand on the substance of bone that the first two place goats do, but you have to appreciate him when you get your hands over the top and you start to really feel that expression of muscling down there. Probably has one of the longest racks in the class, but we just don't have that width coming down over that loin the way we do in that first and that second place goat. If there's anything I'd like to change up, of course, widen him out over that loin, maybe give him a little bit more bone to stand on, get him a little more up-fronted. He's just a tick, and I say just a tick up-fronted compared to the other two placing goats, but overall a very, very nice goat. The young lady that we have over here in the fourth place is a nice goat as well. When we start getting over the rack of him, he's got some expression. He doesn't have the definition that the three goats in front of him has. I'd like to firm him up a little bit. He's kind of a little on the softer side for me today, but very, very nice goat, excellent place. Okay, when we start coming down through the rest of these goats here, we start looking at them and we start seeing varying degrees. The young lady that we have here in fifth place is a goat that follows up to the fourth place goat. Really, really nice. Probably the largest frame goat in the class. When you look at him from the side and on the walk, very eye-appealing, but doesn't quite have the quality of expression that the goats before him has. When we start getting down here into the last four places, again, we start to lose that top shape. We got the sixth place goat has a really, really great rear end in him, but I like to see more expression, a little more freshness down that top coming in. Same way with the other three. Thank you.
All right, results of Class 2 goats. 9th place, Adrena Ashby, Clear Springs. 8th place, Shayna Westfall, Clear Creek. 7th place, Austin Kincaid, Clear Springs. 6th place, Julia Hester, Clear Springs. 5th place, Bianca Ramirez, Clear Creek. 4th place, Emily Jones, Clear Creek. 3rd place, Kaylin Wagner, Clear Springs. 2nd place, Emily Robinson, Clear Falls. And 1st place, Morgan Randecker, Clear Creek. Call back for showmanship from Class 2, Morgan Randecker and Emily Robinson. If I could have all of Class 3 goats make their way to the arena.
Class 3 market goats, please make your way into the arena.
All right, really high quality class of goats right here today. I'm gonna talk these top three pretty hard. Try to let y'all understand what I did, where I'm going. The young lady that I had here in the pink shirt that I placed first was a goat that didn't necessarily quite catch my eye the way some of the other goats that profiled out when they came in. But when I got my hands on him, I was just like, wow, this goat has got a powerful top in him. May not be as firm a handling as what our third place goat is. Excellent job fitting him, okay? I don't want you to know that. I'll talk about you in a little bit. But this goat here, when I put my hands on him, tremendous amount of width in that rack, a lot of width coming down that top, a lot of width in that loin. He was the one goat in the class that really didn't give up too much angulation in that top when you started coming down and feeling him and everything. You felt that triangular shape. When I got to the front end of the goat, really liked how up-fronted he was. Maybe not as up-fronted as some of the other goats in the class, but nevertheless, I thought that he was plenty of up-fronted enough for me today. If there's anything that I could do with him, maybe firm him up just a little bit, but he's still not too soft for anything that we're doing today. The young lady that we have in second place is another really nice goat. This is a goat that I felt like followed up the first place most logically. A long-bodied goat, a bigger boned goat, a real up-fronted goat, had a lot of expression down that top, carrying it down over into that loin and into a nice big leg. Young man here in third place. This is a goat, you know, you're either going to put him first or you're going to put him third. I put him third today based on this right here. When you look at him from the side and everything, he really has a tremendous amount of style and balance. When I get my hands up over that top, he's really a firm handling goat that has a lot of expression there in that rack. But as you begin to come down over that loin, you're not quite feeling the angulation coming into that loin with the natural width that you feel in the two goats that placed in front of him. Okay? When you come down into that hip, you know, yes, he is the largest frame goat out here, but he just doesn't have the power in the leg that the other two goats have in front of him today. All right? The young lady that we have over here in the fourth, she had a really rough time getting started. I want you to know I appreciate you hanging in there. He finally got it to where he would cooperate with you, and you really did an excellent job of showing him and exhibiting him. Okay? That's I think that's a lesson that we all can take from this is, you know, you just got to persevere some days, and perseverance paid off. You showed him into that fourth hole. At first, he was a little difficult to try to get in there and to get set up and everything, but this is a goat that has a lot of expression down the top. He's got a nice thick loin on him, big leg score, stands on a great amount of bone. Love the length in him, love the eye appeal. Just like to firm him up, freshen him up a little bit, and make him just a little bit more expressive in the top. Young lady here in the red and white striped shirt, you did an excellent job out here showing. Biggest problem with your goat is he just wants to dip too much behind those shoulders. But I like the way that you fitted him. I like the way that he feels. He's a firm handling goat. He has a lot of natural width over that top, coming on over that loin to a really great leg there. The young lady kind of has the same problem here in the pink as well as these other three goats. They tend to be a little weaker in that top, want to break a little bit more behind those shoulders than the goats that placed in front of them, but they're still very nice goats. Y'all did an excellent job, and thank you for coming.
All right, results for Class 3. In 8th place, Mason Bigham, Clear Creek. 7th place, Mackenzie Jones, Clear Springs. 6th place, April Nace, Clear Falls. 5th place, Abby Douglas, Clear Lake. 4th place, Mackenzie McClung, Clear Lake. 3rd place, Levi Morgenthaler, Clear Springs. 2nd place, Christy Head, Clear Springs. And 1st place, Morgan O'Donnell, Clear Springs. Call back for showmanship from Class 3 are Christy Head, Abby Douglas, and Levi Morgenthaler.
We need first place and second place goat showmen representing Class 1. Representing Class 1, first place, Alyssa Highland, Clear Falls. Kelly Jones, you're needed at the arena. Kelly Jones, you're needed at the arena. We need first and second place goats to please make your way to the arena. First place, Clear Falls, Class 1, Alyssa Highland. First place, Class 2, Morgan Randecker, Clear Creek. And first place, Class 3, Morgan O'Donnell from Clear Springs. As our judge looks through these excellent class winners here, we'd like to thank our belt buckle sponsors for the Market Goat Show. Champion Buckle, sponsored by the Wagner family. Reserve Champion Goat Buckle, sponsored by the Douglas family. And Showmanship Buckle for Goats, sponsored by the Wynn family. Thank you all for your sponsorship of the CCISD Livestock Show.
Okay, really nice set of class winners that we have out here. I kind of think you kind of begin to see a pattern a little bit as you kind of come and go through here. The first place goat that we have is the lightest weight goat in the class, not necessarily a disadvantage. But when we come in here and we're starting to look at them and you got this big of a spread between your lightest and your heaviest, especially, with three classes and everything, it really does become a pound per pound gain. Who has the best goat pound for pound? As we look at this, the lightweight goat that we had that won his class, really an up-fronted, very nice profiling type goat. Love the length of his neck, the angulation in his shoulder, the overall length of his body, the shape that he has coming down that top. Probably has the most angulation from shoulder to loin there. Not necessarily the biggest leg score. If there's anything I could do with him to maybe change him up a little bit is give him a little bit more substance of bone to stand on. The young lady that we have over here with the the first place goat from class 2 is just really a very powerful, hard-made, firm-feeling type goat. He kind of wants to stretch out a little bit too far. He kind of tends to be one of those over-drivers that can be kind of testy in the show ring to show. They kind of tend to want to stretch out a little bit too much. But when she gets him together and she doesn't have him stretched out too far, you really have to appreciate the power that he has up there in that top, the width coming down to that loin, and that tremendous leg that he has. If there's anything I could do to change him up a little bit, I would like to stretch him out just a little, give him a little more skeletal extension. But today, I think that he's a pretty good goat and represents his class very well. The young lady that we have here in the pink shirt with the first place goat from the third class is the longest body goat that we have in the class. Out of the three, obviously the heaviest made. But when you get on him and you start looking at him, really appreciate this goat from his front end with the natural width that he has, the expression that he has coming down through that top, the width that he has coming out over that loin, the way he squares that hip up and that firmness that he has. If there's anything I could do with this goat right here is maybe just firm him up, get him a little harder made, firmer feeling, and that's, that's just the nature of it. That's the only thing, but he's still a very, very nice goat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out here and I'm going to shake the hand of what I feel is the grand champion today. I talked to all three of them, kind of explained them, but in my mind, there's one goat that really stands out here in pound for pound. I think he is probably the strongest goat that we have. I think that he is a goat that really ties in the quality, really ties in the eye appeal that we're looking for, the overall shape that we're looking for in these goats these days. We're kind of like them built like sheep, and, we're getting where we're seeing sheep. And there's one goat out here I felt like really, really followed up very nicely with that.
Congratulations to Clear Creek exhibitor Morgan Randecker, champion goats. Bringing in from class 2, bringing in Emily Robinson from class 2 for consideration on reserve.
Okay, we brought our second place class 2 goat out here. Talk about him, how he compares up or matches up with the others. I felt like when we judged the classes, this goat followed up very nicely. I think that he fits in here very good with these three that we have that are showing for reserve champion. The girl does an excellent job showing him. I love the upfrontiness in him. I like the width in his front end, the length of his neck. I like his top. I like the shape that he has right there behind the shoulders. As I said in the class, he wants to dip just a little bit in there. If you fill that out, it could be a game changer. Okay, a lot of width coming down into that top to a nice wide loin. A lot of angulation showing up in that top end where all those primal cuts of meat are. But today what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the young lady on the end for our reserve champion. This is a goat. When you just get your hands on him and you fill in that top end on him, he is really just a very, very stout goat. I love the shape in him. I love the width that's coming down there, the overall power. Just a really nice goat. Congratulations to the rest of y'all. I think y'all did a very good job with your goats, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Congratulations to Reserve Champion Goat, exhibited by Alyssa Highland from Clear Falls High School. Our judge is going to take a picture on the backdrop with our champion and reserve champion exhibitors. If you were called back for showmanship, please make your way to the arena and be on the standby. Goat exhibitors, if you are called back for showmanship, please make your way to the arena and be on standby. Thank you.
Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. If you were called back for showmanship for goats, we need you to make your way to the arena. We are starting the showmanship show. So if you received a showmanship wristband for goats, we are starting the showmanship show.
One more time, we'd like to thank our sponsor for the Goat Showmanship belt buckle, sponsored by the Wynn family. Additionally, we'd like to thank all of our bronze level sponsors, sponsoring a minimum of $500. Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, Associated Credit Union of Texas, Borden's, Delisandre family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jeannie Engel, Pier and Beam Leveling, and the Winkle family. A big thank you goes to our platinum sponsors, Schwann's Food Service Company, and the Magnus family.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to start off by congratulating all of the goat exhibitors today. You know, there's some kids that went back to the barn that didn't get called back for showmanship, and I think that they need to be recognized as well, whether it's their first year showing, their second, their third. It's the fact that they came out. You know, as an ag teacher and as a parent, the goat, in my opinion, is the hardest animal to show. And because of that, sometimes as a judge, you have to have a little bit of patience. You know, all of y'all have probably, I know everyone in here has seen that stubborn goat that, you know, you just literally drag him on his side to the scales to try to get him weighed. You know, they can be just as hard-headed and just as difficult as you kids, and parents will agree, you know. So payback can come in all kinds of forms, and that's what I tell my students, you know, when they're struggling. You know, you just got to hang in there. And, you know, a goat can be a little more difficult to deal with. You know, you never really know what they're going to try to do. You know, we have problems with all of our animals. You know, when we show, you want to compare them to a pig. You know, you got your pigs that want to stay up against the arena wall. You know, it can be very, very frustrating. But to all of those that went back, I want to congratulate you on a job well done. I want to encourage you to keep working at it. Don't give up. And you can get out here and you can work your way up, just as these kids here that I called back. What I did is I pulled out what I thought were my 5 best showmen. They all caught my eye. They all caught my eye from the moment that they were showing in their classes all the way up to this point right here. And I think what we have is an excellent set of 5 to kind of like, for some of you guys that may be just getting started with the showing, is just to kind of watch. Showmanship is something that I'm very, very hard on, especially with, not only with my boys, but with my students. If I'm going to have an argument with my boys, it's going to be over showmanship. If I'm going to have a disagreement with my students, it's going to be over showmanship, the way that that animal needs to get shown out there. The first thing that I think that everyone must understand, you got to have an animal that will drive. If he's not driving, you're pretty much dead in the water. And so that's kind of when I do showmanship, that's where I start. I want some kids out here that can do that. All of these kids showed that today, okay? This group over here, just minor differences between you leaving this side and coming over to this side over here, okay? I want y'all to understand that. It's just basically tweaking, getting a little bit more experience for some of y'all, okay? Little things, you know, that kind of add up to get you over here. I tell my students as well as I tell my boys, you've got to be able to show that animal. When you come out here, it's every man for himself. As a judge, we have no idea who's been working their animal the hardest, who spent the most time, who was very religious and very punctual in their feeding and their exercising programs. I realize that sometimes you just get a goat that's really easy to show and exhibit, but, you know, good for you, okay? It's a chance for you to build on that when you get one like that. Likewise, sometimes you get one that's really, really difficult. And when you're coming in here and you're doing that, and in my mind, what separates a good showman from a great showman is that great showman never gets rattled, whether they have a really easy one or they have a really difficult one. And it's how they handle that situation as it comes up in the show ring. These 5 kids here were extremely confident. You know, my opinion is that when you start getting into that showmanship category, you know, and you really want to be a showman, you should be able to get on any animal and get the job done. know what needs to be done. That's why I had them switch animals. I wanted to see, hey, do we have a kid out here that, has that easy goat that just sets up naturally and makes it look good? And what I did is, when I was out here and watching them and everything, I kind of kept an eye on and kept in my mind what that goat looked like with that original exhibitor. And what I was looking for is a kid that could set that animal up just as good, if not better. Okay? Not to say that y'all didn't make mistakes. Okay? Some of you guys were a little faster in setting your goats up as I came around, and you got off of them and started setting them back up. Some of y'all walked at a more desirable pace than others when you were leading them around the ring. You 5 did an excellent job keeping their heads up. That's one of my pet peeves. I like to see the heads up on these animals when they're walking around. I want to see them presentable. It just makes, when you're doing that profile, it just makes that top end, especially in that rack, more expressive when you have that right angle, that head completely straight up. The same way with the showing and everything. I wanted to see you get him set up. I wanted to see him driving, and y'all did all of that. I wish that I could give out 5 awards, because you guys are some of the best showmen that I have had collectively in a showmanship contest at any show that I've gone to. It was a real pleasure to work with y'all. You're very attentive. You know where your goat's at. You know what you're doing. You're extremely confident. Okay? The young lady here in the green, I thought she did a really good job today. I like the way she presented it in the terms of having his head up, the speed that she has as far as setting him up, the pleasant look that she has on her face. Young lady had the grand champion goat. Very intense, very competitive person. I can tell that just by her demeanor and watching her. She's all business when she comes in here, and that's something that we want to see. Young man, I just want to apologize to you for putting you on the shortest goat in the class, to kind of come out here. I did not do that intentionally, but you did a great job as far as overcoming that challenge in relationship to your height. That I realize that can be a real chore. I've had a lot of students that have had that, and I don't know why basketball players have to pick goats, but they do. So with that being said, I try to teach them the best that I can. You did an excellent job out here. Young lady in the red and white striped shirt, you caught my eye from the moment that you came in your class. You did an excellent job. I love your presence. I love your confidence. I love the way that you get in there and you set that goat up. You do a great job showing some of the flaws out of him. You're very, very competitive. Young lady on the end, again, a great job doing it. She maintained her eye focus. She maintained her position, had a great positive attitude out here, does a great job moving around, keeping that animal in between me and her. If you take all of these things that I talked about, you have the perfect showman. That's why we do showmanship. There is no such thing as that perfect showman. We have kids that strive and work very hard to get to that point. My opinion, that even though the showmanship position may not pay out in a sales slot or something like that, it is a reflection of that individual's commitment, work, determination, not only to themselves, but to their chapter, their program, and their teachers. And I think that that's extremely important to understand. We are out here and we're going to reward the student that came out and exhibited the best today. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of who I feel like did a great job showing.
Congratulations to our GOAT Showmanship champion, Levi Morgenthaler. Also, Levi, you will also be the recipient of a $500 premium for your showmanship efforts. Congratulations.
Lamb exhibitors, please be on the make ready. Lamb exhibitors, please be on standby. Our judge is taking a picture with the goat showman. Once he returns, we'll begin immediately with Class 1 market lambs. As Class 1 gets judged here on our Market Lamb Show, we'll make a couple announcements for the show. We need to make sure that all exhibitors that made the auction are aware that they need to be present this evening following the Longhorn show for our auction meeting. All exhibitors making the live auction need to be present following the conclusion of the Longhorn show for an auction meeting. Additionally, if you are wishing to remove your animal from the freezer sale, those forms are due no later than 30 minutes following the last market show. That'll be following the steer show. Steer exhibitors, please be aware that we will roll straight into steers following the lamb show. Steer exhibitors, we will roll straight into the steer show immediately following the lamb and goat show, or excuse me, the lamb show.
really a nice set of sheep to start off the sheep show with. The young lady that I chose to go down here on the front end is a lamb that I really like from the get-go. It wasn't exactly the one that caught my eye the first of all when he came into the ring, but the young lady over here in second, as far as his style and his balance goes. But when you get your lamb and you watch him come out here and you watch this young lady really set him up, man, you've got to appreciate the width that he has in that front end, the substance of bone that he stands on, that angulation in that shoulder, all that shape that he has, tremendous top in him, carrying it down to the levelest loin that we have in the class. Shows him with a really square hip and a tremendously powerful leg. Young lady that we have in second place is a lamb that I really love as far as his athleticism, and that being that he is so up-fronted, really a long neck, really lays back really nice in that shoulder. Doesn't quite have the length of body that our first place lamb has, but he has a tremendous top in him. Wants to roach up a little bit there in that top end, but not a really big deal. If you could just kind of maybe show that out a little bit, you got a kind of a different looking lamb. But I love the way that he squares up in that hip, comes down into a really powerful leg. Now the lamb that I used in third place is a lamb that is of similar style and balance to the first place lamb, and I realized that. I went ahead and I put him in the third hole because even though he does appear to look like on the profile like our first place sheep, he just doesn't have the expression of muscling in that top that the second place lamb has. Had he had that and that firmness to his feel, he's a little softer handling compared to the two in front of him, but overall a very nice lamb. Minor changes and you might move up just a slot. Okay, the lamb that I have over here in fourth place is a really nice lamb, very large frame, really up-fronted, follows in with that second place lambs in terms of athleticism, but again, he just doesn't have the expression of muscling that the three sheep in front of him have. Okay, the young lady that I have over here in the fifth place slot is a lamb that's a little narrower down the top, doesn't quite have that expression of muscling coming down the top nor into that leg, a little bit softer feeling, but overall very nice lamb on the profile. The three sheep that we have that round out the class are all three sheep that similar in their kind and their type as far as muscling goes, maybe not the width, maybe not the firmness, a little bit softer to the touch, not as firm a handling type sheep. Thank you.
Results for Class 1 Lambs: 8th place Madison McClung, Clear Brook. 7th place Jaden Mormon, Clear Falls. 6th place Kirsten McGee, Clear Falls. 5th place Caitlin Crowley, Clear Brook. 4th place Caitlin Johnson, Clear Lake. 3rd place Caitlin Williams, Clear Springs. 2nd place Kiri Irwin, Clear Creek. And 1st place Jordan Adams, Clear Creek. Called back for showmanship from Class 1 are Kiri Irwin, Jordan Adams, and Caitlin Williams. I need Class 2 lambs to make their way to the arena.
Okay, first thing I want to say, if you're in the top 5, this was a tough class. This is about as tough as what they come. The top 5 sheep really made it challenging. There's a little bit of variations in their styles and their overall appearances and things like that. But that young lady over there with the 5th place sheep, I went over and talked with her. I thought she did one heck of a job showing that lamb, and really showed him into that particular place right there. The problem is he just doesn't have quite the power of the 4 sheep coming down the top and through that leg that the 4 over her had. But I want you to know I really appreciate your showmanship. Kind of the same thing with the 4th place lamb right there. He's really a heavy-muscled, well-balanced type lamb. If we could just get him driven a little bit harder, firm him up in his feel, he is definitely a competitor. We just need to get a little bit more expression over that top, love him over the loin, and really have a lot of respect for him in that leg. But when we come here to our top 3, I think this is when we kind of start to look and we kind of start to really try to separate things. I chose to go with the young lady here with the 1st place lamb. Most definitely not the biggest frame lamb in the class, nor is it the heaviest muscled lamb in the class. But he's a lamb that I think that combines that style, that balance, and the quantity of muscle that he does surface and come up and be the top lamb in the class. I love him on his front end. I love the length of his neck. I like the length and the width of that rack right there. He carries it way on back into the back, carries it into a nice, full, wide loin, really has a tremendous amount of triangular shape, square in the hip, carries it way down into a very, very powerful leg. The lamb that I used for 2nd place is very similar to that of what the 1st place type sheep is. Maybe a little bit more up-fronted, maybe standing on a little bit more substance of bone, but a very, very nice lamb. Just doesn't quite have that expression down the top that our 1st place sheep does, but a very nice lamb in his own respect. The young lady here in the 3rd place is most definitely the heaviest muscled lamb in the class. Kind of wants to get a little heavy fronted, but when you get your hands on him, you've got to have a lot of respect for that rack that he has in him, the width that he carries down in over the top, and the power that he has in that leg. If there's anything that I could change about this lamb, I'd like to kind of like stretch him out a little bit. Roaches just a little too much right there in that top that takes away from his length. Make him stand on a little bit more substance of bone, and you've got a completely different animal. But a very, very, very nice class of sheep. Thank you.
Results from Class 2. Class 2, 8th place, Zoe Adcock, Clear Springs. 7th place, Megan Pasquale, Clear Springs. 6th place, Kirsten Williams, Clear Springs. 5th place, Morgan Irwin, Clear Creek. 4th place, Kaylee Pettigrew, Clear Creek. 3rd place, Hadley Lowry, Clear Springs. 2nd place, Britton Walker, Clear Springs. 1st place, Rebecca Lowe, Clear Creek. Called back for showmanship from Class 2, Rebecca Lowe, Morgan Irwin, Hadley Lowry, and Britton Walker.
Another really nice class of crossbred sheep that we have here. The lamb that I'm going to go ahead and start the class off with, I realize he's not the most largest framed lamb in the class, not the most heaviest muscle, but again, like in the second class, when you get your hands on him and you start looking at him, you can just see the quality. I love the angulation in his shoulder. I love how up-fronted he is. I love the length of his neck. I love the expression that he has coming down the top. Probably the most expressive sheep in the whole class today. I love the width that he has, the fullness in his loin, the levelness over that top, and coming into that nice, really square hip with a big, powerful leg. The young lady that I have here in second place, she has a little problem with that lamb, wants to roach up on her a little bit, does an excellent job showing that out of him. When she shows that out of him, he looks completely different. The thing is like with this sheep here, he's a bigger bone, longer bodied sheep, but he's not necessarily heavier muscled or has a higher quality muscle than the lamb that we have in first place. If I could do anything to change him up is add a little bit more width to him, maybe give him a little bit more expression over that top, but nevertheless a really powerful sheep to come in second place with when we're talking in terms of our first place lamb. The lamb that we have here in third place is a lamb, probably one of the larger frame sheep in the class. I love the way he feels. He's very firm to the touch, very fresh. Got a lot of width in that front end, maybe just a tick heavy fronted compared to the other two sheep that we have there today. But again, he has a lot of power coming down that top. He's just not as expressive as the two sheep in front of him. Okay? The young lady that we have over there in fourth place is probably the heaviest muscled lamb that we have in the class. Okay? If there's anything that I could do with this sheep, I would like to maybe level him out over that top, stretch him out a little bit, and make him a little bit more powerful in that rear end. My biggest problem with him today is he wants to roll over in that loin more so than the three sheep that passed in front of her. But nevertheless, a very nice lamb. Lamb we have here in fifth place is a lamb that's a little more plainer in his type. He's a very well-fed, well-fitted sheep. He just needs a little bit more expression, a little bit more width about him, just a little bit more in terms of power. Just need a little bit more of that to compete with the ones that went in front of him. The other two sheep that we have in class today, again, they're just a little plainer in their makeup. They're good sheep. They're nice sheep. I like watching them on the profile, like watching them the way that they stretch out. I appreciate both of their length, but they just don't have the power to compete with the other sheep in the class today. Thank you.
Results from Class 3, 7th place, Sarah Warren, Clear Creek. 6th place, Sarah Burris, Clear Creek. 5th place, Hannah Nix, Clear Creek. 4th place, Katie Smith, Clear Brook. 3rd place, Morgan Brooks, Clear Brook. 2nd place, Sarah Barrera, Clear Springs. And 1st place, Ashlyn Corona, Clear Brook. Called back for showmanship from Class 3, Sarah Barrera, Ashlyn Corona, and Katie Smith.
Class winners, please make your way to the arena. Class winners, please make your way to the arena. Class 1. Class 1 represented by Clear Creek FFA member Jordan Adams. Class 2 represented by Rebecca Lowe, Clear Creek. And Class 3 represented by Ashlyn Corona, Clear Brook.
Okay, we're here in the Grand Drive, and I think we've got 3 sheep that represent the highest of the quality, the best of the best at the show we have here today. Just talk real briefly about them. I know I talked a lot about them during the classes, but again, like I said during the goat show when we did the Grand and the Reserve Drive, the selection process changes a little bit. It kind of comes down to looking at an animal and pound per pound, not necessarily biggest is best. So when we start looking at them and we start looking at the young lady that has the first place Class 1 lamb, very, very nice lamb. I love the length of body on him. I love the amount of bone that he stands on, the shape down the top, the length of the neck, the angulation in the shoulders, the firmness of his feel, the freshness out over the top, the loin, all of that. When we come to the lamb that we have here in first place for the second class, is a very powerful, very upfronted, very athletic type sheep with a tremendous amount of power in that rack, carrying it down to a lot of width over that loin and to a very expressive leg. We come down here to the third place lamb, our heavyweight class winner. Again, another really powerfully made type sheep. Longest bodied lamb that we have in the class today, maybe the thickest, the heaviest muscled lamb that we have out here. But we need to talk, when we look at that, we also need to take into consideration the quality of the muscling, and look at each animal individually and go out and pick what we think is going to be our grand champion. And when we do that, I want you to know that all 3 of these sheep right here, I would take anywhere and show them. There's just a frog's hair difference, if you allow me to say that, between each of the class winners. This is not an easy decision. It's very challenging, but I like that. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to shake the hand of who I feel like has the grand champion.
Congratulations to second class winner and grand champion lamb, Rebecca Lowe, Clear Creek High School. Champion buckle sponsored by the Lowe family. Now we'll bring in Britton Walker for reserve.
All right, we have our second place Class 2 lamb in here showing for reserve. I'll talk about him a little bit. Very nice lamb. I love the upfrontiness of him, the angulation in his shoulders. I appreciate the way the leading lady comes out here and shows him. Tremendous amount of expression down the top. Maybe not quite as much as what the other 2 sheep have in the class, but he carries a lot of width, carries it down into a really powerful leg. If there's anything I could do with him, maybe just firm him up a little bit, get him to where he's a little firmer handling. But overall, a very, very nice sheep. I think that he's a great sheep to represent Class 2 in the second place slot. I'm going to go out and I'm going to kind of shake the hand of who I think is the reserve. And again, we'll just do it.
Congratulations to Clear Creek exhibitor Jordan Adams, reserve champion lamb. That belt buckle was sponsored by the Walker family. Attention lamb exhibitors. Lamb exhibitors, if you are called back for showmanship, if you would please make your way towards the arena. We'll take pictures with the champion and reserve champion lambs with our judge on the backdrop, and then immediately follow that with our lamb showmanship. Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. Just a reminder for our steer showmen, we will roll straight into the steer show following the lamb and goat showmanship. We will roll straight into steer showman or to the steer judging as soon as we finish with the lamb showmanship. As our lamb showmen are being... Woo! Sign that one up for the PBR. We'll take this moment to thank our Lamb Showmanship belt buckle sponsor. That buckle has been sponsored by Mr. Steve Hollingsworth, Esquire. Lamb Showman, don't forget that you're also competing for a $500 premium for showmanship.
Okay, we got 6 young ladies out here that are really, really some good showmen. I wish I had brought my students with me to see this. But before I kind of get going, I want to congratulate all the kids that showed sheep today. Whether you got called back for showmanship or not, you got out here and you did it, and that's what counts. For those of y'all that may be just starting off with your first year, watch what these 6 young ladies are doing. They're making it very tough on me to pick out a showman. And I don't say that to take anything away from y'all, because I called y'all back for a reason too, and that's because of the quality of showmanship that y'all did within your classes, okay? And so I want y'all to know that there's just a minute difference between you being over here and being over there. I called quite a few back. I'm trying to, kind of speed things up, realistically, in a reasonable amount of time frame so y'all can get onto your steer show. But, the thing is, y'all are good, okay? And I want y'all to know that, okay? Y'all did an excellent job. The young lady right here in the red and white striped shirt has impressed me all day long with her showmanship. She's not exactly maybe the most flamboyant or the flashy out here, but by God, she gets the job done, and I appreciate that. Okay? As I come over here and I begin to look at them, especially with my seniors, with my students and everything, honestly, with showmanship, expectations are high. Y'all have ag teachers, parents, yourselves that put a lot of time in it. You've got a lot of support behind you to get you to the point that you're at today. And showmanship is part of it. We talk about feeding, we talk about fitting, we talk about clipping, we talk about supplements, and we also have to talk about showmanship. It's a complete package to come out here and do and be successful in this ring the way that y'all are. And I want y'all to know, honestly, it's been a real pleasure working with y'all. I have a lot of respect for your showmanship, your variations in your styles. All of y'all are highly, highly effective out here in the ring. But I have to go with one person today, and to let you know how close this was, and I did it with the goats, and I do it in just about all the showmanships I do, is make y'all switch animals. But I really had to do that today to start really kind of being able to separate the 6 of y'all out. That's how close y'all really are. And I really do mean that. I'm not just saying it. Y'all are that good, and y'all make it that difficult for it to be done. The one person that kind of stands out in my mind, I love the way that she moved around the ring, the eye contact, the confidence that she had in herself. Every time I turned around, the lamb that she actually owned and brought into the ring, that lamb just set up like clockwork. You could tell that she spent a lot of time working with that animal. He was set up from the word go. As soon as she got in him, that lamb knew where he needed to be. She knew where she needed to be. She kind of set the standard and the flow for what went on out here. She worked very, very hard at showing that lamb, and did an exceptional job. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shake the hand of the champion showman, and we'll just go from there.
Congratulations to Britton Walker from Clear Springs, our champion showman.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Steer exhibitors, quick announcement for you. Once the champion and reserve champion steer have been selected, we will reset the arena with all steers still present for showmanship. You will not exit the arena prior to showmanship. We will reset the arena after champion and reserve champion steers are selected, and then select our showmanship champion. You will not actually exit the arena, though. Another reminder for all exhibitors: if you are wishing to turn in a removal from freezer sale form, those are due 30 minutes, no later than 30 minutes after the steer show. Removal from freezer sale forms are due no later than 30 minutes following the steer show. We will give you a time deadline on that following the steer show. Steer exhibitors, make your way to the arena, please. First call, market steers. First call, market steers.
Sounds like our steer exhibitors are on the way to the arena. At this time, we'd like to welcome Mr. Joe Rathman to the arena, our cattle judge for the night from Brenham, Texas. Mr. Rathman is currently the livestock judging coach at Blinn College and raises show cattle with his family in Bastrop, Texas. If everybody could please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Joe Rathman. Last call, market steers, last call. We'd like to thank our buckle sponsors for the steer show. Grand Champion Steer Buckle, sponsored by Speed Industrial Supply. Reserve Champion Steer Buckle, sponsored by Megan DeMassey. And Steer Showmanship Buckle was sponsored by Joe and Jeannie Engel. Additionally, the Steer Showmanship Premium, and joining us in the ring this evening is Miss Jeannie Engel.
as I come to the mic here, I want to wait just a second before we actually select our champion, try to draw in just a little bit of suspense. We're going to run the one class and have your top 2 steers out of here be your grand and reserve. And I took a glance at y'all's sign out here in the middle of the ring and see that there's quite a bit riding on this. If y'all got a record up there, $21,000 for your champion calf, it's worth the time to take. And I think a project that does last all year long, but then also can be taken just a short period of time to actually determine how financially it works out for you here in the end. And so we've left 3 calves out here. I have placed the other 4, and we're going to come back and talk about them in just a second after I select your champion. But I figured I'd come to the mic and tell you a little bit about my thoughts here on our top 3 cattle and how they all compare to each other, because I think they're all 3 steers that maybe offer just a little bit different type of a build and a different kind. And I think you can appreciate a number of different things, and then we got to come to the end and find a very logical conclusion which one puts the most totals together. So in no order, just talking about them briefly. The yellow calf with a little bit of white here on his legs, I think is probably the most extreme one of the group. He's got a lot of muscle. Sure enough, a big turn in shape there to his quarter and his stifle. And I think one powerful little dude, especially for the weight that he's sitting at. To go with it, I think he's one that's probably as high set in terms of his neck, as clean and neat looking out through his front end as any of the other 2 with him here in the pen. And I like how that really helps complement his extra hard kind of muscle shape, his extra high cutability type of a build. Now, usually what comes with being just a little bit neater like that and a little harder in terms of your muscle is one thing that also pushes profit pretty hard for us in the end, is that calf needs to probably be a little further along in terms of his finish, where he's at from a market-ready standpoint. We could use just a little bit more cover on him to kind of balance those things out. He's a calf that actually, as you kind of study him, he's got a little bit rounder type of a shape to him, and tends to happen when we get those cattle on the move. They don't move just quite as flexible and free in their skeleton, and he becomes somewhat of an anomaly for that because he's actually pretty loose in terms of his structure, has a pretty long stride, and takes off fairly well when we get him out on the lead. So a nice calf there. We want to give him just a shot more forerib and flank, and we want to make him just a touch more market ready. But, man, he's got some big positives in terms of muscle and look and extension out there through his front end. We got the white calf that's sitting in the middle of the group here, and he's a bit of a challenging one amongst these 3 because I think you can get close to calling him about as complete as anything out here. He's as big-footed and square down at the ground as the other 2. He probably has that. It's probably his largest advantage to the 2 on either side of him. I think that is the most flexible calf that takes a little longer stride, and I sure like his bone makeup. It's bigger, it's stouter, and then as you study his joints, they're a little cleaner in terms of how they're put together. The calf then that balances very well because of all of that. I think he's about middle of the road in terms of muscle. He's probably got enough, in my opinion, and I don't get super high on that. I like building them right first. And so he's probably about middle of the road in terms of muscle here. I think he's got just a nickel more cover, and I think for sure, man, he handles so smooth over his rib cage. He could use a little bit, but he handles really, really smooth. Maybe to the yellow calf right ahead of him, he's actually a bit fresher in terms of his loin, especially where it hooks up there to his hip. But that's a calf that also at times maybe just hits you as a nickel bit plainer. Maybe not quite as extreme in terms of his muscle. Maybe not quite as extreme in terms of depth of body. We could use him just a little bit further along, but an honestly good just kind of calf as we put him together that way. Then you have the Baldy out here, and he's the one that's made the biggest improvement from day one to the end as far as weight gain and getting to a market-ready standpoint. And I think that weighs pretty heavy on you as you're looking at him from a profitable standpoint. Weight and market readiness to go along with some muscle definitely pushes profit very hard. And that calf's got a big rib cage in him. I think he's probably the most practical steer in terms of body shape, depth of body, and the volume that he's got. And with it, he's got plenty of muscle down there over his top side. I think a very dimensional type of a calf. I like his balance when you get him stopped here. I know he could be cleaner in his chest floor. He could be a little more extended out there through his front end. But his big kind of rib cage like that with enough muscle, that calf comes together plenty smooth, plenty balanced here as we get him stopped. Maybe his trouble comes a little bit more on the move. He's one that's a little bit off in his toe size on his rear feet. Could set down with a little bit more softness to his pasturing, take just a nickel longer stride as we take him off to the lead. But I do think that one's good in terms of market readiness and muscle, and also a very nice balanced calf. These 3 become fairly challenging, and I'm going to take a second, sit the mic down, and then I'll show you what I like for your champion and reserve steer. But before we do that, give them a big round of applause, and then we're going to come back and talk the other ones.
Congratulations to Kylie Starks, champion steer, Clear Creek.
Good job, Lexi.
And reserve champion steer goes to Kara Belt, Clear Lake FFA.
I'm not going to miss. As I mentioned, we'd come back and talk our fourth and down steers, and I think an awfully nice group of the top three there, I think, make a good challenge and a lot of competitiveness. The young man that's going to be fourth here today, I think, brings one that probably matches up extremely well to the calf that I actually wound up putting third in the group, just with less weight and less muscle at this point. If we had probably another 60 days on this calf, I think you're going to be pushing really hard to be a very competitive steer in the show. He's just maybe a little bit shy of that. Where I work him up amongst this group is compared to the next two calves. We got a bigger footed, more sure-footed type of a steer. It's a little looser and more practical in terms of his structure, and I think when you get him stopped and planted, he's got a nice attractive look to him. He's just a bit off in terms of muscle when we compare him to the three calves that are just ahead of him there. Yeah, man, if you don't mind, go ahead and pull back on over on this other side. We can get to a white calf with a split ear here. He offers me some challenge in the group. He does, because I think actually if you would want to compare all the way through, the young lady here has got one that's probably second in terms of market readiness, and I do think that's a hard thing to push, and one of the things that really pushed our winner to where he was at there. I like the fact that he's gotten fat, he's filled into his forerib, and you can read it up here through his front end that if any of the cattle got a little chance to grade on stuff, he's going to have one of the better shots at it. Like his rib cage, that dimension he's got, where I knock him a little bit as we get him to the side. He's kind of a little shorter fronted steer. Gets pretty knock-kneed up here at his front end and maybe not quite as attractive. And as we handle him, he's just a little bit staler than maybe the couple right ahead of him. But a nice calf there to wind up in that spot. The young lady that's going to have the next one, I think, has just got one of those oddballs. You're going to love him or you're going to have a little trouble with figuring out where to place him here. He is giant muscled. I mean, big time, big muscled over his backside. Going to rib out an extremely large eye. Got a lot of cutability here from behind. Unfortunately, his structure is pushed probably to the limit. We need to clean him up there in his joints and just free him up as we get him out. The red calf then is also an odd one for me because we can work him up ahead of the next two. I wouldn't have any argument with that. And young lady, if that's where you'd want to be, I wouldn't argue with you a bit. I think he is a little sounder. I think he's a little longer made, and I think he's got just a touch more finish than maybe the calf ahead of him. He's one, though, with a little bit more length. We're starting to flatten up our skeleton just a bit more. He doesn't have the same kind of product as the several ahead of him, and then he gets a little bit plainer there behind his shoulder. He's one probably needed a little more time, just that ending kind of end here to just really push him real hard and get that done. But a really nice group of cattle. I know we only get 7 there, but that's a good group of cattle, excellent group of kids. I know we're going to spin them back around here, and we're going to go after showmanship. So keep rooting the kids on. Congrats to them, and put your hands together.
So, do you want to go talk to them?
Yep, they're good right there. I'll go talk to them and we'll spin them around a bit.
All right. Results for the steer show. In 7th place, Sydney Young, Clear Brook. 6th place, Rebecca Lowe, Clear Creek. 5th place, Sydney Velasquez, Clear Creek. 4th place, Reagan Kringle, Clear Brook. 3rd place, Alexis Armstrong, Clear Brook. Reserve champion, Kara Belt, Clear Lake. And your grand champion, Kylie Starks, Clear Creek. And they are going ahead and rolling into the showmanship, which is sponsored by Joe and Jeannie Engel.
We'll take one more opportunity to thank all of our show sponsors that have been instrumental in putting on the CCISD Livestock Show. Thank you to our bronze sponsors, Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, the Associated Credit Union of Texas, Borden's, Delisandri family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jeannie Engel, who happen to be sponsoring the Steer Showmanship Premium and Steer Showmanship Buckle, Pier and Beam Leveling, and the Winkle family. A big thanks goes out also to Schwann's Food Service Company and the Magnus family for their generous sponsorships. Thank you.
we're going to wrap up our steer show here with showmanship, and I think really you can grab into this and you can make this. What's one thing about these draw pot shows or draw shows that you really get is maybe you do a lot in terms of the way you feed, or maybe just the luck of your draw comes first. Where you get to pick from, that's a pretty major part about it. But then there's two other major parts about having that calf for a good while here, and it's what do you understand from a feeding standpoint, and what are some things that you can fix, improve, and max out on your cattle. And then I will tell you, and there's no doubt about it, doesn't matter draw pot show or anything, as you get into them, the showmanship is a pretty major part of how you put a calf together, the things that you can maybe disguise just a little bit when it gets close and there's a challenge amongst the pairs, a challenge within the entire group. That showmanship's a lot of times what pushes that spot one or two places and really makes the difference at the end of the day. I think it's a very, very good group of kids. They're awfully in tune with just the calmness. I know that I always looked at it, and a lot of times I was a little nervous when we had to go show, and it's about 5 o'clock, and we got to go show cattle at about 5 o'clock. There's one thing these cattle are pretty used to doing here within next couple of hours, and that's eat. And you try to get one shown whenever they're hungry and wanting to eat, and you put them out in a ring in a situation that maybe they're not the most used to, you're going to have some challenge of getting that done. The one thing that really counters that is something that these kids as a group and as a whole do extremely well. And you see how every one of these kids is very calm, very slow demeanored. They've got a long stroke to their show stick. It's nothing fast. It's nothing too antsy. They're doing the right things to make sure that they act right and cooperate with them. I think it's a tough group. I think there's several kids that really work up in it, and then as you walk down the line, you ask them some questions and talk to them. It becomes even more challenging. There's a lot of knowledge being built within the group. My hat's off to y'all, you the ag teachers, the people helping out with these projects. They're doing a great job to remember that steer showing's one thing. It's really good, but a lot of this is about education. So keep pushing that. Y'all go ahead, give them a round of applause. I'll show you who I like for your champion showman.
Your champion steer showman is Sydney Velasquez from Clear Creek.
Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. This is another reminder, removal from freezer sale forms. If you are wishing to remove your animal from the freezer sale, if you did not make it to the live auction, if you wish to remove your animal from the freezer sale, those forms will be due at 5:30. Removal from freezer sale forms will be due at 5:30. We will be taking a short 5-minute break for the judge to use the restroom, as well as allow pictures for champion and reserve champion showmanship pictures with the judge on the backdrop. We have about a 5-minute break in between the steer show and the first class of heifers. Thank you. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. Breeding heifers, Class 1. Breeding heifers, Class 1, American. Bring them on.
Attention exhibitors, if you did not make auction and you want to pull your animal from the freezer sale, which is default, you have got to pick up a form from our table and fill that out and turn it in within the next 10 minutes. If you are wanting to pull your animal out of the freezer sale because it did not make auction, you need to come and get the form and fill it out, turn it in the next 10 minutes.
Really, really nice way to start off our heifer show. I think a lot of quality all the way down here, and we may end up with a couple of little red heifers that just need some time, need some feed put in front of them, get things going, and they'll catch up in a hurry. But I think we get a really quality top end within the group. We're going to start with the young lady's black Brangus female. I think that one, like I told the young ladies before I placed them here, these two are both awfully good for spring calves. And I think they're going to continue to get a lot better, but they're just slightly different kind of cattle. I don't mind either way you want to place this. You side with one way and you run with it. There's probably a little bit of me placing them this way that's going against the kind of cattle that I actually raise, or maybe the type I do, but I think they're both awfully good. The black heifer that's going to lead the class, I think, has just a couple more advantages than the red heifer does. She's a little bit neater, a little bit smoother in how she ties the top of her neck on there, just a nickel bit more feminine and attractive about her front end construction. I think as you work back into her body, she's the one, especially when we get them out on the lead and the move, being a little bit square and a little bit stouter in her pins, she handles that a touch better on the move. I think plants her hind leg down really attractively, and she actually has just a nickel more width when I get behind them. When we look through her stifle, I think she's just a touch more genuine in that regard. If you want just a moderate tank of a little cow, you got to pick the red heifer. Man, she is a big rib, moderate framed one that I think is going to be a super easy doer. I really love the feature of just bone and foot and stoutness that she's got. She reads very, very well from the profile here in terms of balance. I think maybe as I get behind her is where I actually want to tweak her just a touch, especially as we travel out. She's just a little bit more hocked into her lower, down through her stifle. She's not maybe quite as genuine or square as we step behind her, and she gives up a bit, just a nickel bit in terms of length out there through her front end. But two awfully nice cattle to go ahead and start up at the beginning of this class. The Red Bramer, she's good. She's a very, very nice female. I think one that's extremely competitive within the breed. I love just how elegant and smooth-made she is through her front end. I think she's one for the red. She's plenty good in terms of her hind leg and how it flexes and goes. And I think flesh-wise, that one's fresh and turning on and coming on very, very well. I told the young lady, man, it's just flat hard to show a red Brahman up against Brangus cattle. They've got a totally different build to them. And I think that becomes a challenge with her. You want to level her up just a little bit, but hey, that's maybe what we do on a lot of red Brahmins. So that's a good heifer there to stand third. Now we get into the fourth place female. Talk about the class leader here in a lot of areas. That's the most massive, the one that's probably performed the most and put on the most weight gain. There's always value in that. She's got enough body and rib cage to really match up with one of the thicker rear ends that we've got in the group. I told the young man when I get down to these four, that's close. What I want to do is I want to change her a bit in terms of her hip and her hind leg construction. She doesn't plant it quite as square, maybe quite as quality as the cattle right ahead of her. But she's a good one, and she makes a big argument for going ahead and leading the class, and that's just a tough spot on you, man. That's a good female to run in here. We got a girt heifer then that the young lady's got that's just green. She needs some time. I think moderation, big rib, flexible female. Those are good kind of cattle. That one will work continually. She's also pretty fuzzy for a little girt, kind of like that. We get her clipped in. She's just a little bit rougher to look at right now and a little far behind in terms of her performance. I'll get you a better one there. Her performance and where she's at. We'll end with the red Brangus heifer that I think's got a super neat look through her front end, very clean-chested, very fresh, very, very feminine. Love the levelness to her lines and how attractive she is here from the profile. She needs a little more body, a touch more body, and I like to free her up on her hind leg. Just free her up off her rear skeleton, and that one rolls up there and make some competition out of it. Real nice way to start off the heifer show there. Congrats to those kids. Good luck with those females. You put them back into production.
All right. Results of Class 1 American Calves. 6th place, Reagan Kringle, Clear Brook. 5th place, Kara Belt, Clear Lake. 4th place, Blake Vragel, Clear Springs. 3rd place, Shelby Morris, Clear Springs. 2nd place, Kaylin Baugh, Clear Lake. And 1st place, Abby Baugh, Clear Lake. Called back for showmanship from Class 1 are Shelby Morris and Kara Belt.
Freezer sale forms. Last call for freezer sale forms. Please come to the auction block if you need one.
Another very, very nice class to continue our American show, and I believe we'll have another after this. But the young lady circling out here in the green shirt with the silver heifer, she's going to go ahead and win this class, and I think she does an awfully nice job to get there as well. Real keys here. We probably wind up, and really what weighs on me, and I think that's the way we should all work through things, is if you got complete kind of cattle with the least faults, those need to be the ones that work their way to the top. And once you get there, now we can add a few things. I think the silver heifer does a good job of adding extra look, extra attractiveness out here through her front end. And she's surprisingly got a large amount of muscle and skeletal width underneath for maybe where her frame size reads, and she's still yet pretty clean, very fresh, very feminine, and how she balances all of that stuff together. Another one we're going to have to point out too, awfully small, very refined in her teat design. Like that about her. I think that's a good heifer. I think maybe at times she wants to just open a little bit up in the shoulder just a touch. We could pull it back and we could smooth that in at times, but then you get her leading, you get her going right, and it all blends together really well. That's probably the strong suit of the red heifer that's going to come next. She is ultra smooth and flat in terms of her shoulder, extremely feminine in her makeup. Young man does an awfully nice job showing and gets that heifer leveled out, and she's got a good balance, attractive look to her and a design. I thought maybe where we get down to this part of it, she maybe gives up just a nickel bit in terms of skeletal width, and maybe a lot of that's with breed relative there within that pair. I think that's a good complete, very, very big-footed red Brahman female. It's very soft at the ground. It's got a nice look to her. Good solid female to be second there. The heifer in third is the biggest challenge within the group. Immediately you look in, they come around, they circle around through the ring, and she's going to grab your eye. She's big ribbed, she's massive, she's broody, she's stout, and she's moderate. She chunks all that together in what appears to be an extremely efficient type of a package from a cow standpoint. Love that about her. I think those features need to continue on. In my opinion, she's a little far along in terms of her flesh and her condition at this age. I'd like to clean her up, trim her up just a bit. You're getting at the point where you're going to start breeding her. I hope you want to make sure we clean them up then so they'll really cycle back right for you. And I think my next nog is I like to just give her just a nickel more set here in how she plants down her rear leg at times. But that's a good heifer with a lot of positives. The Beefmaster female, another just soft-bodied, sound-structured one that I think has a large advantage to the black heifer in front of her in terms of length of cannon, length of side, and her lateness and maturity. She's going to be one that grows out just a bit more with a little more performance, but yet still has a lot of body to go with it that's going to keep her low input. Thought amongst those four, she's the one that maybe gets and reads just a little flatter in her upper forerib, breaks a bit more behind her shoulder, doesn't line out quite as well from the side. But that's good, solid cattle. I thought that group got very, very competitive. The gray heifer that's going to come next, a heifer that if we took her just from the bottom of her belly up, she's very competitive. She's super round-bodied. She's actually got more true rib shape than probably 2 or 3 of the cattle right ahead of you. Love that about her, and I think she's got a lot of muscle, a lot of width over her top side, and yet still very feminine in how she's built. I told the young lady she just needs a little more bone, and for some reason it really just throws her off in terms of her balance and her stoutness of feature. We give her a little bit more rugged structure underneath, let her go out with just a little more length to her stride. That's a good female. She'll be awfully competitive still as well. We're going to finish out with a heifer that has got probably the biggest, stoutest hip in the group. We probably got the highest performing female in the class. Love her length of side and still be flat and smooth in her makeup. Right now, she needs to go ahead and stop growing. Once we get her to stop growing, we can body her down a bit. She just needs a little bit more rib. Good class there. Congrats to those kids. Give them a round of applause.
Results from Class 2, 6th place, Taylor Ursery, Clear Falls. Fifth place, Brianna Guajardo, Clear Springs. Fourth place, Wesley Taylor, Clear Lake. Third place, Morgan Penrod, Clear Creek. Second place, Lance Nifong, Clear Falls. And first place, Sydney Velasquez, Clear Creek. Called back for showmanship from Class 2, Lance Nifong and Brianna Guajardo. I need Class 3 to make their way to the arena.
bring our smallest class of Americans out here and make it the most challenging. These four are very different in their kind, very different in their type. And to add to some of the complexity, we got to work around one problem in here, and I'm not worried to say it. Our class leader, the Brangus female, if you just circle her back around here. I know she got it stopped, looks great there, but we're going to circle her back around here, and I think this heifer's awfully good. You study ground up. That's a large-footed, heavy-structured, good-looking, extremely well-built female that's got a lot of rib cage, a lot of maternal ability to her, and a whole lot of quality when you get her here to the profile. I love that about her. I think she's got way more than enough stoutness to go with it, especially within that breed. I think she's going to be one of the broodier, chunkier-looking ones even to go with it. She's maybe a little bit low in her tail head. I like to raise her up just a nickel there. But she presents me with one problem, and that is she maybe has sloughed her calf here recently. And as you work through that as a judge, you got to say where is that going to draw the line and where are you not. And that becomes a challenge in here because they do need to have the calf to be able to make money, and that's the biggest part of what we're doing as raising cattle. We've got to make sure we hit those calves on the ground. But I guess also there's the other side of it is as we show cattle, sometimes we introduce a lot more stress than maybe necessary in several instances. And I also know that I go through it, and if I'm raising cattle and I have one slough like that, I'm not immediately going to give up on them and where they sit. So maybe this offers some challenge within the group, but I think it's an awfully quality female, and that's where we're going to land in this class. So Beefmaster heifer is going to be second. Very, very good from her hook bones forward. I like this heifer really well. She's a good rib, just soft-bodied one. If you look and you study her up here through her shoulder and her front leg, man, she's got a big soft foot on her. She's very correct in how that blends together, so very attractive in how her neck and everything attaches. I thought maybe from a hook bones back, we could start to widen that one up and square her up a bit from her stifle down through her hock and to the surface, provide her with just a little bit more there, and I think that'll make her just a nickel more attractive in terms of her side view and when we step in behind her. But that's a good female, very solid female to be second there. The red heifer's going to come around here next, and she's a little bit of an interesting kind. I sure like just how smooth-made, clean-jointed, how good in terms of her looseness and flexibility of structure, fundamentally an awfully good female. We got a lot of rib shape and a lot of body to go with it. I think that's one that lasts you a long time and does a good job at raising a calf year in, year out. There's probably some things I want to change about her just to make her a little bit more of that attractive show type of a heifer. She needs a little bit more bone. She needs a little more attractive set there to her hind leg. We stouten her up just a touch, but in terms of fundamentals, sound structured, good rib, feminine females that raise calves and do it consistently, that's a good female. The Brahman one hurts me in this class. Like, I love a lot of things about her. That is one big-backed, very heavy-muscled, extremely stout-structured, one that's big-ribbed, wide-made, and still got a lot of femininity to go with it as we get her out here on the side. That's a challenging group. The heifer needs to be a little better in terms of her angle to her shoulder and the set to her hock. And I guess the one thing that pushed it over is, man, she's going to be such a big cow. She's going to have to hold up quite a bit to do that. And that's a good group of four heifers. You want to completely flip-flop that from me? Not worried about it a bit. But give those kids a big round of applause. Dragging some nice ones there.
All right, results of Class 3. Fourth place, Tatum Oliver, Clear Falls. Third place, Travis Neal, Clear Brook. Second place, Madison Barber, Clear Springs. And first place, Maddie Rylant, Clear Brook. Call back for showmanship from Class 3 is Maddie Rylant. I need all first place and second place American heifers to make their way to the arena.
Okay, so the dilemma still begins as you bring these class winners back out for your Champion American drive. You're going to line up 3 females that all got just one little extra thing that I sure really like about them. Get a lot of quality pieces. I think maybe you have some difference in terms of their maturity, the way that it helps them and the way they look as far as maxing out to that brood cow difference and what they do there. And maybe we get just some very slight tweaks we want to change about each one of them here. And that becomes some challenge when you introduce some other challenge to it as well. And you got to weigh that out and kind of figure out what you're going to do. So I'm just going to hit just real quickly a couple of things that I think are just really striking about each heifer here. Our youngest female there, I think, is an extremely attractive, very, very good-looking one that's well-built and puts together a lot of good here from the profile. I think also maybe she's still a little bit green, especially when you match her up here with these other 2 females. She could have some time to come along. I think when that one does come along, she's going to be awfully good. She's a very interesting piece. I love the quality that she really possesses, especially as she plants out here on the profile. The silver heifer there, kind of about our middle-aged deal. We got a female there that I think can really hit you hard in terms of having a lot of width and boldness into her rib cage or chest floor. And then whenever she stops and collects herself right here, man, you can be pretty struck by her attractiveness, the look she's got from the side. And I think one that then puts together some goodness in terms of her movement and her flexibility. At times, I wish she didn't have to have the nose ring in her nose. At times, that kind of takes away just a little bit for the fact that maybe she's not quite as feminine right there about her head or quite as feminine there over the top of her neck. And then maybe that adds to it. Young lady, I hope as soon as you get her around, we'll pull that out. But that's a good heifer in terms of fundamentals, and then adding some quality with maybe just a little extra punch, a rib, and freshness there from the side. You get your oldest female, and I think she's one you get hit hard by. You find her very well. She's extremely stout, a heck of a brood cow in terms of mass and dimension and power, and then still has that good build, that correct function and build and attractiveness that you like to find here from the side. Like we mentioned, is maybe you got to weigh out the deals of, okay, she's maybe had a hard time here over the last couple of months, and maybe that is the biggest hole that I have with her, is I'd like to see her still having a calf and going along with that. But then at the same time, do you ride that horse all the way through the end, or do you make a different choice because of what you did with a little bit of a dilemma there? And I think that's probably what weighs on me the most, and trying to figure out how you sort that around. It makes these 3 become a very challenging deal to do. So my hat's off to our American showers. We got a few just really, really nice second places back here as well that I think still make things awfully competitive and maybe represent a few more different breeds, which makes them even more competitive. So congrats to these kids. I'll select your Champion American in reserve.
Your Champion American is Sydney Velasquez from Clear Creek. Your reserve American is Maddie Rylant from Clearbrook. All right. Next up, we are going to have our British class. We are going to bring both class 5 and 6 in at the same time as they are single entries.
We only have 2 entries for the British show. We got a Shorthorn and a Red Angus female. Both should come out of 2 different divisions. We've got a short yearling heifer in the Shorthorn, and we'll talk a little bit about her. There's some really strong suits in this female. She is one that I think is tremendous in terms of boldness, of shape to her rib cage. And maybe the other thing you got to hit with that, she's so bold in her rib cage, so deep back to her flank, really, really maternal in terms of her look to her center. And that one, I like the fact that she's maybe a little more moderate than some of those Shorthorns get, and with it comes with quite a bit of scuttle width. That's a stout gal for her frame. She's wide made, wide pin, got a big rib on her, and a sure enough Cowie kind of different one there. I like all those things about her. Plenty good in terms of structure and how we move. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit up through her front end. She's maybe just a little bit thicker at the top of her neck, maybe not quite as long and extended as we can make some of those, but that's a good-footed, sound, Cowie stout one. That's a good kind of cattle to roll in here, represent that division. I think she'd have done well, really, with some competition out here as well. The Red Angus pair, one that's awfully different and awfully nice in a lot of areas. In terms of completeness, that is a good, complete kind of pair. She has got a look to her, a presence to her. She's got way more rib than what's normal for one raising a 3-week-old calf, and she's held it together in terms of freshness extremely well. And that gal's stout. She's big time from when you step in behind her, and you can tell those genetics are strong because that's one of the stouter 3-week-old Red Angus heifer calves I've seen. She's got little baby's got a big hip on her. She's really chunky and really coming on, and I think she's done a really good job of keeping a bag clean, heavy milking. Maybe she's a little bigger teated, but it's all balanced good, and I think that'll stay within her. There's hard to critique that heifer just real hard. Maybe she would get her going. She's got a little extra set to her hind leg, but it's maybe also one of the reasons, one that big, that far, where what she's just gotten done is why she reaches her stride, still takes with a lot of confidence. These are 2 good females, and I think they make a really nice British drive to just have the 2 of them. You're not going to find at a lot of shows, you're not going to find 2 British heifers that please you as much as these 2. We only got the 2, and we got to choose them. We're going to go with the young ladies pair back here. That's an awfully good pair. And we're going to follow pretty close with that Shorthorn female to be reserved. Nice heifer, young man. Hey, I got one other deal that I didn't talk about. So maybe ease her up on feed just a little bit here, okay? Yeah, once you go to breeder, she's eased up bred. Just a little. Oh, she is already bred, okay. I didn't ask because we're 13 months. Right. I wasn't worried about it. I don't know.
All right, your champion British goes to Nicole Speed from Clear Creek, and your reserve champion British, Colby St. John from Clear Falls. And both of those exhibitors are called back for showmanship. We are going to move into the exotic. We're going to call Class 8 Exotic Kev.
Real nice class, and as you're following along here, we did skip over one age division as we had a single entry in there, moved on to our middle-aged yearling to short yearling females in our exotic or European division. We're going to take these 3 black heifers, we're going to bring them in the ring this way, we're going to go ahead and leave them that way. And I think that's an awfully nice group of cattle, represent each just a little bit different breed. The one thing consistent throughout, man, these are some powerful cattle. I mean, pushed to the edge and to the limit in terms of just width, muscle, shape, skeletal dimension, and all that they have. And maybe that makes things to me, as I come back to it, is which one combines in the most feminine type of a look with it and squares that out. And I think the top 2 get awfully close within each other. The maybe slight differences I find is the young ladies up front. When we look at that one and how she attaches her neck here, way high out of the top of her shoulder, a little thinner, a little bit more feminine about how she ties the top of her neck in. She goes really clean, really stout about her skull. She's real attractive about her skull as well. And that one's just a little bit better fronted than maybe the heifer that we get there in second. She's also one, as we work back into her body, probably comes just a little bit leveler there out of her hip. Even though I want to take her tail head and set it down just a little bit lower, we still come just a little bit square to our pin. That's one big-footed, stout-boned rig. She needs to go with just a little bit more relaxed, be a little bit more relaxed in her spine as we travel her. I'd like to loosen her just a touch there, and she could clean up just a nickel there in her lower shoulder, become just a nickel more feminine. But that's a good, stout, square-built type of female. This one in second, man, I stepped behind her, and that is one whomping rear end on one, especially at that age. She is some kind of thick. She's some kind of bold-bodied. I actually prefer her in her upper rib shape. The turn she takes out of her top side, it's got a lot of extra dimension up there in terms of her body and rib there. I like how she comes back, and her center body still got some drop and some depth to it. I think at times she maybe actually takes just a little bit. Well, as we travel her, I want to loosen her up just a little bit in her spine too. I do like the fact she's a little bit cleaner about her joints. Maybe at times she's a little bit rounder out of her hip, got a little extra set to her hock, and we're just a little bit rounder here about her face and her neck and the way it attaches. So all very minute things. That's a good one in terms of power, body shape, having a lot of dimension and staying awfully fresh in terms of condition as well. We're going to end up with a semi-heifer that I like in terms of the smoothness she's got through her shoulder. I think she's plenty feminine and clean and attractive out through her front end and her neck. She's one that also has got enough rib shape for me. I thought as we traveled her, maybe she's the one that gets just a little bit more upright off both ends. We could free her up a touch as we get her out on the move. But a nice class of females there. Congrats to these 3 kids. They've got some nice females to drag along for sure.
Results from Class 8, third place, Caitlin Hodges, Clear Brook. Second place, Morgan Randecker, Clear Creek. First place, Jordan Adams, Clear Creek. And called back for showmanships, Jordan Adams and Morgan Randecker. And we will now have the exotic division.
So our exotic drive's got 2 single entries from those divisions back out here to go through. So we're going to talk about our youngest heifer just shy of her birthday. A female you get out here, and actually the more you study her, the more you really got to appreciate what she is. That's a good structured, big-footed, a really stout bone female that's still very clean in terms of her joints. And for the right kind of frame size, got a lot of rib cage to it and a lot of doability. I think that one just progresses on and does awfully well. It makes a heck of just an easy doing kind of stout brood cow as we turn that one out. I think a good female, maybe what we get into here, is a little bit different kind of breed makeup, and it starts to take away from the little things of how you line stuff up. She is pretty feminine in terms of her look to her neck and how it attaches and all. She's got that little extra throat. She's maybe just a little bit rounder here out of her hip. You study in and just find skeletal width, some squareness to go with it, some looseness of structure, some body. That's a good kind of yearling female, I think, that's progressing on awfully well. We're going to skip over the female we already talked about and talk about our other single entry here in the blue one. And the blue heifer, I think, as you take her, she can hit you in a lot of areas really hard. That's a good, long, level spine female that's correct in terms of the depth that she's got and how it progresses up and cleans up even and picks up there through her front end, really clean through her chest floor. And then one that projects a long, very feminine neck, pretty high there out of the top of her shoulder. I like the way her shoulder sets into her body, extra smooth. She's maybe just a nickel gathered in terms of her teat design. I'd like to free her up there. And maybe the one thing I get about her is she's being just a little antsy, and I know probably it comes with her some, and she's got a little extra set to her hind leg. The way it travels out, she's not running to really just be super confident about how she puts it down. I don't think that's a structural problem from a function standpoint, but maybe it's not quite as attractive. It is also a little bit hard to kind of tell as we push her out, and she's wanting to push a little bit harder, not quite settle into that. I think she's one then that drives that down just a bit more attractive than what she's showing today. This is a good three females. We got a second back here that's awfully good as well, and I think makes everything plenty competitive and some good cattle. Maybe one strikes me a little bit harder, maybe what she hits in terms of some uniqueness, and that's going to be the heifer that came out of our class there in the middle, and she's going to be your champion exotic, and we're going to spin around that second. We're going to spin around the second. We're going to take a second to see what we like here for reserve in a very competitive European division.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special pleasure this evening to get to introduce to y'all some very special friends of the CCISD Livestock Show, personally, myself, as well as a lot of y'all here in the barn tonight. To get to introduce to y'all the Magnus family, Gary, Sherry, and Shelby. These individuals are responsible for starting our premiums for our heifer show last year. Last year, they sponsored some premiums for the heifer show in the amount of $1,500 to our Supreme Grand Champion heifer and $750 to our Reserve Champion heifer. Well, this year, they said, let's make the stakes higher. In addition to the same premiums, $1,500 to the champion heifer, the Supreme Champion heifer, and a $750 premium to the Reserve Champion heifer, we have a $500 premium to the Showmanship Champion. Then, Miss Magnus and Mr. Magnus went a step further and recruited a $500 premium for the Champion American, the division champion for the American division, sponsored by Diamond K Show Cattle. Well, we couldn't leave that undone, and so we had to make sure that we took care of the Reserve Champion for the American division, and the Beatty Ranch stepped up with a $250 premium for the Reserve American division for a grand total of $3,500 in premiums. Can we get a large round of applause for these awesome sponsors? I'm going to turn the microphone over to Miss Sherry Magnus. She has a few words.
Okay, I know y'all want to pick Grand and Reserve here, so I'll be quick. But for those of you who are not parents of a heifer kid, you really don't understand what it takes to be a heifer parent and what it takes to be a heifer kid. Many of these market kids, and I don't take anything away from them, we raised market animals too. They raise their market animals, a pig, lamb, and a goat for 4 months, and that's a lot of work. These kids, they're here 24/7, 365 days a year. While everybody else has a nice summer vacation, these kids don't. They're here every day. And everyone else, they take their animal to market and they get money for that. These kids, they have to feed their animal 365 days a year and they get nothing for that. And I think that's why we sponsor these premiums. And so thank you so much. And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional about that. And we got very passionate about raising heifers because of Katie Knox Wunderlich, Diamond K Cattle, and her mom, Shawn Knox, and I can't thank them enough. And it's a wonderful experience. But I say this to say we got the American Reserve, Champion and Reserve sponsored. But I challenge each of you here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the British and the exotic Champion and Reserve sponsored. $500 for Champion, $250 for Reserve. And at the auction on Thursday night, that won't be mentioned. And so I challenge someone to step up tonight and sponsor these Grand and Reserve Champion winners in British and exotic tonight. Please sponsor a $500 sponsorship for British and exotic for Grand and $250 for Reserve. Please see me. I'll be standing right over here. You don't understand the expense and the time that goes into these projects. Thank you.
I'm not real certain I want to follow that. That's why I was going to walk around a second to kind of let that die down. But I think, again, our sponsors there, I don't know if as many of y'all, if you branch out, do you go to some other chapter shows, other county fairs? It's a real struggle to try to find good heifer county fairs. Because of the deal of that, it's so expensive to do. It's an expensive project. It takes a long time, and there's not the support at the back end of it when the show's all done. That's maybe as significant as what you get out of the market shows. And maybe that's the one thing I see in Texas a lot more often is our market shows are phenomenal. If you travel anywhere outside of Texas, see it. We have by far the best market animal shows of anywhere in the country, and it does tremendously good. But that also winds up stealing just a little bit from our breeding animals and the support we could get there. So again, my hat's off to y'all and y'all sponsorships there on the breeding show. That's a phenomenal deal to do, and I can see how it drives a lot of competitiveness out here. So just real quick, this is a good heifer show, and I said this leaving here last year is maybe one of the most competitive breeding heifer shows at a chapter or a county or a school district show that I have been to. And to be honest, when I drove in here last year and I'm coming through Houston, you don't know if what you expect whenever you do that. And so obviously some really, really good things going on here. So my hat's off to y'all. This is an awesome program, and I think I don't need to preach to anybody here the importance of it. But in terms of the quality of livestock y'all are raising here and the quality of kids you're putting together, tremendously good. Now, on to kind of what we're going to do here for Champion. I think there's one that's extremely good and extremely good in a lot of ways, and I think hits this deal awfully hard. I'm going to go slap that one. We're going to have a second because what I pull in there for a reserve from that division, I think then lines up with the other two champions as being awfully competitive and awfully and into a spot where it's awfully opinionated, okay? And so don't forget, this is a lot of just opinion-based deals, and we had a lot of fun working through it. But congrats to these kids. Give them a big round of applause. I'll show you what I like for Champion here.
Congratulations to Supreme Champion Heifer, exhibited by Nicole Speed, Clear Creek FFA. Congratulations to Reserve Champion Heifer, Jordan Adams, Clear Creek FFA. We have an update. We have both of the Reserve Champion premiums for the British and Exotic claimed. We have the Exotic and British Reserve Champion premiums covered. We're now only short our Champion, Exotic, and British premiums. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. Heifer showmen, please be at the make ready for heifer showmanship.
I have to make an announcement. Hold on. Attention in the barn. For those of you who are waiting for the auction meeting, part of that auction meeting is the barn cleanup. If everyone could please go start cleaning the barn, and let's do that first. We can get out of here a lot earlier. Including the stands that you were sitting in, so all of the trash, the barn needs to be swept, trash needs to be picked up. There will be ag teachers walking around making sure that the students that are supposed to be here cleaning are doing so. Guys, we will get out of here much faster if we get this accomplished. Start cleaning.
Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. Heifer exhibitors. We're just about ready to start heifer showmanship, and then we will proceed with our Longhorn show. Heifer exhibitors, please be on the standby for showmanship, immediately followed by our Longhorn show. If we could have all spectators back to the stands to watch the heifer showmanship and Longhorn show, we're about to get underway. Heifer showmanship, we're underway.
If we could have all spectators back to the stands for the remainder of the show, and we'll proceed with cleaning after the conclusion of the show. If we could have you all wait to clean the barn until the rest of the show is finished, please. Thank you.
As Mr. Rathman works these fine exhibitors and heifers through some showmanship, we have one more update to bring you, that we would like to thank the Ingle family for their sponsorship of the Reserve, Exotic, and British premiums. And we would like to thank Speed Industrial Supply for the sponsorship of the British champion. We'll go ahead and honor the Exotic
champion as well. We'll go ahead and honor the exotic champion as well. So all of our sponsorships have been covered. If our Longhorn exhibitors could please be getting ready. Longhorn exhibitors, you guys are on deck. Longhorn exhibitors.
All right, so we round out the heifer show here with showmanship, and again, extremely important. If y'all are going to show as competitive as y'all do, and you have to drag cattle like you do, your showmanship makes all that extra bit of difference. And as I think you look around here, maybe one difference we find is how fast y'all are to get the setup. We don't have people out here circling around. These kids hit it, they move 1 foot, they're in place, they get everything pulled together. There's just slight differences through this. I guess I sometimes have a different approach about how I get into showmanship. What am I going to do? Do I need to take a little time, make sure you have a problem, and see what happens from that and how you react to it? Or a lot of times when I get to shows maybe that's been as competitive as what we followed and we watched all day, I like to see who's going to be right on it fast and get everything they can out of them. Look, I'm not going to go through and talk about every one of the kids here. And I think I'd be remiss if I tried to pull out just a few, okay? Because I think it's very, very close in edges. And I like the job that a lot of y'all do extremely well and grabbing a lot of extras, okay? This is a good group of showmen. I'd like any one of y'all to have one of mine, be able to show like that, get them stuck. I'd feel a lot more comfortable whenever I'd get out and watch you show, okay? So I want to say that. Make sure you know, if you are out here, I thought you did an extremely good job that helped you and helped in the way that you understood how to fix and correct your animal and get as much out of them as you can. It's going to come down to one slight thing, and I think one of the individuals out here, extremely intense and extremely quick, and was very, very intelligent when I came to asking the question. I'll go select your champion showman, but congrats to all of y'all. Y'all are awfully good. Any one of y'all can win this deal. Give them a big round.
Congratulations to Brianna Guajardo, champion showman for Heifers, and a $500 sponsorship sponsored by the Magnus family.
Time for my usual potty break before the Longhorns.
Attention in the barn. We're going to get all these heifers moved out. We'll get the heifers moved out. Longhorn exhibitors, please be on standby. All right, as our Longhorn exhibitors get ready to make their way to the arena, we'd like to recognize our sponsor for the Longhorn showmanship, and that sponsorship was done by the Winkle family, a $500 sponsorship and belt buckle by the Winkle family. Additionally, we'd like to recognize MW Cattle Ranch for a $250 sponsorship for the champion Longhorn and a $250 sponsorship for the reserve champion Longhorn. Thank you, MW Cattle Company and Winkle family.
So we're only going to have 2 in this class, and then we'll bring another one out to compete amongst them. That's a little bit younger division there. And the 2 of these, I think, are awfully competitive with each other. There's maybe some difference in where they've had a calf, how far they're along there, and I think that creates a dilemma between the 2, to be just to be frank about it. But before I tell you how I place them, we're going to talk about them just a little bit. The heifer out front here, I think one extra smooth and feminine. That's maybe her biggest advantage to the heifer behind her. Is how clean she is there through the top of her neck. Very, very smooth and flat in terms of her shoulder. I think just a nickel more refined in terms of her appearance. Very elegant in how she appears out here from the profile. I think then as we work back in her, a very level-made one. Got a lot of balance, got a lot of smoothness. And as I study her, maybe this is a different deal because she's raised just weaned a calf. As maybe in her udder development here, she's maybe a little bit close in that, but after the first one, some of them things shrink back pretty hard and don't quite spread that out. And I'd like to correct her just a touch there. I think maybe she doesn't have quite as much just body volume as the other heifer behind her, but that's probably a pretty close call there. Good sound, very feminine, very attractive female that then maybe gives up some in terms of her horn development, but a good shape and a good shape and an attractive appearance there about her skull, her face, and the way it blends together. The other heifer here behind her, I think the one that has maybe just a little bit more depth of rib, maybe has just a touch more spring of rib through her forerib and how she fills in there. And I think it's one then that obviously has the advantage, just length of horn, extra stout there at the base of her horn. And I like the extra dimension she's got. Got a lot of character to her. Maybe she gets just a nickel bit crusty there in her neck. She's not quite as just smooth and elegant as the other speckled up female. But one then that also I think lacks a lot of feature and attractiveness when you get out here from the side, especially studying about her head, the stoutness she's got there, the length, the width, the tip of her horns. Now, maybe a little bit different. She sloughed a calf, so she hasn't weaned one, and that becomes a deal of. They're supposed to be still raising a calf at this age, should have gotten that calf down and been able to progress on it. So it creates some challenge, and we got to go back and forth on the 2. Either which way you like. I like the female here in the back in terms of her width, her stoutness she's got. I like just the balance she also possesses. She's going to be first. The speckled up heifer there's going to be second. That's a good pair of females there to start off the Longhorn show. So we bring back a single entry, put it out here with our other two older heifers, and I think the one that really is kind of a little bit different type to me is as she progresses on, I think, and just progress her as her age. That one's pretty far along for that in her development, just how she's progressing there. And I think extra stout there already at the base of her horn. I think she's going to have good progression there. And I actually really like her darker kind of color she's got. It's a little bit intriguing just how it blends together. Real smooth, very, very sound. And I think as you think about them as they grow out a little later, one of the other things I really like is that one's very square underneath. Very square underneath, very square out here back to her hock, and how she's got a little extra rib shape for that age and development, I think is a very, very good feature. She is a little behind, makes it a little bit challenging. How do you progress the ages here and what's the difference? But I think a very nice lineup of cattle, and we make a lot of competition between them. So set the mic down, and then we'll select your champion and reserve champion female here.
As Mr. Rathman's making his selections for champion and reserve champion Longhorn, we'd like to again thank our sponsors for the Longhorn Show. Belt buckles sponsored by champion belt buckle for the Longhorn Show, sponsored by the Keith Owens Real Estate Team. The reserve champion Longhorn buckle was sponsored by Rylant Legal Nurse Consulting, and the showmanship Longhorn buckle was sponsored by Tyrone Clark. Showmanship Premium was sponsored by the Winkle family. In addition to those sponsorships, we also picked up sponsorship from MW Cattle Ranch for a $250 premium to both Grand and Reserve Longhorn. Thank you to those Longhorn sponsors.
Okay, so as we kind of come to a close here, we've got two showmen in terms of our Longhorn show that we pick showmanship from as well. So we're going to kind of wrap this round all together because I've actually got to see y'all come through several times here. We've put it all back. Been real competitive. Young lady, I'm sorry. They told me you were out of contention of this, but you're doing an awfully nice job back here as a fill-in, is what they said. I don't know how I'd take that too much. But we bring out our steer. We only have one individual as a steer. So that is our champion Longhorn steer, and then we're going to pick an overall Longhorn. And the steer kind of tricks me a little bit again. We've got an 8-month-old calf that I would say, as this dude progresses, going to have a little different kind of build than normal. I think he's really, really bold. He's going to have a really stout feature to him. And as you read him, growth-wise, he's going to be a big boy. And that could be quite intriguing about how he pulls together that way. To go with it, a very sound, structured one. And I like his look in terms of a pattern. Levelness, extension he's got, I think awfully clean made. Maybe when we get back off of him, he's got a color pattern, that'll strike you pretty hard. Maybe where I read him out just a bit is I think it'll be kind of intriguing to see how his horn develops. He looks big at his base, and then they kind of curl back just a nickel right now. It'll be interesting how that all twists out and comes together. Maybe a little early to kind of call that right now, to know how that will pull together. But I think already starting something just a little bit more unique about that. So I think he's an excellent individual to bring out here in terms of our overall champion, and makes it quite intriguing what we're going to do here. So we get some good cattle. We get also some very good showmen, y'all, two young ladies. And I mean, you would have won. I'm just saying. We've got you out here now. But congrats to these kids. I'm going to select your champion overall, reserve overall, Longhorn. Then I'll come and tell you who I like for showmanship, but doing an excellent job. Give these kids a big round of applause. So as we use both females there for champion reserve overall, Longhorn and the steer gets left out of the deal. But I think the steer's quite interesting and could be quite intriguing as we progress that on. But we come back to our two young ladies here that are going to be showing for our showmanship, and both of them do a really nice job. I think it's a little more difficult to try to manage everything as you're out here and showing these. Where you stand, y'all by far have better posture, ring awareness, head awareness than anybody else that shows, because you have a lot more to deal with when you're out here doing this. So both of y'all, excellent, smooth job, okay? Maybe the one difference is how we hold the head, how we attack that and getting it right, maybe even tilting it out to me just a little bit where I can kind of see things. So young lady up front here, you're going to be our champion showman.
All right, congratulations to Kelly Jones, champion Longhorn. Congratulations to Lydia Salisbury, Clear Springs FFA reserve champion Longhorn. And our Longhorn showmanship champion, Lydia Salisbury. Thank you again to our Longhorn sponsors for their generous donations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Rathman, for your comments on all of these cattle, working them through the arena today. We certainly appreciate that. At this time, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, our bronze level sponsors for the CCISD Livestock Show: Gulf Coast Equine and Pet, the Associated Credit Union of Texas, Borden's, the Delisandri family, Diamond K Show Cattle, Joe and Jeannie Engel, Pier and Beam Leveling, the Winkle family, M&W Cattle Ranch, and Speed Industrial Supply. We'd also like to thank our platinum sponsors of Schwann's Food Service, Inc. and the Magnus family. At this time, if you have any remaining removal from freezer sale forms, we need those at the livestock table here on the auction block. If you have any remaining removal from freezer sale forms, we need those turned in at the table on the auction block. 8 o'clock will be our official time for cutoff. 8 o'clock will be our official time for cutoff. All exhibitors, if we could have everybody start working on cleaning up the show facility. That's the barn as well as the actual show complex, the pavilion. We need to get this place all cleaned up. That way we can have our auction meeting immediately following the barn cleanup. We can have all exhibitors assist with cleaning up the barn to where we can get ready for our auction meeting.